Welcome to a pristine Walker Park for the Eastland match of the round. Finals are here for Division 2 and we have an excellent matchup on our hands for you today. It's the qualifying final between second and third place in Division 2, Waverley Blues versus Mulgrave. A rematch, of course, from an EFNL Classic from a couple of months ago. This is the pre-game coming for you live. My name is Jared Bainland, and next to me is a cadre of experienced EFNL watchers and analysers. We've got Brett Beston. How are you today, mate?
Mate, I'm good. I'm just trying to work out what cadre means.
Oh.
Far too big a word for me. No, I'm really good. I'm looking forward to a great game. It's a beautiful day out here. Best weekend we've had by miles.
Matt Spider Lee along with us as well. G'day, Spider.
Good afternoon to you, Jared. Great to be here, and afternoon to all of our listeners and viewers. And that was very creative out of your dictionary. Did you learn that over in Paris?
I'm not sure what the etymology of that was.
You must have, but no, looking forward to a big day. Finals time, the sun's out. How good is it?
So you want to use it for word with friends, do you?
And also joining us is BWS, who will be on the commentary team today alongside Besto. Ben, how are you, mate?
Very good, Jared. Good afternoon to you and to Besto and Spider and Lethal as well, who's down in the corner. It's great to be out at Walker Park. Love this venue. Love finals at this venue as well. There's always a fantastic atmosphere. And it's always a pretty high-scoring game as well. We know it's a small park. It's always in good nick as well. And Ray said it on the preview yesterday. When the finals button's pushed, the gods get on our side, and the sun comes out, and it's about bloody time too, because it's been a pretty cold and miserable winter. And only a month ago or so, we were going, holy moly, the grounds aren't in too good a nick, are they? But we get to this stage of the year, and that's why these venues put their hands up, because the EFNL can rely on them to come through to the party every single time. And today's game's going to be an absolute cracker. I was on the boundary when we called this game earlier this year, one of the calls of the year by yourself and Josh, Jared, and let's hope that it's a close finish like it was that day.
I'm very much looking forward to this because, as mentioned, it was a fantastic game. Definitely one worth going back to listen to. Very shortly, we will have the coaches coming up and joining us for a couple of interviews, Scott Savage of the Waverley Blues and Matt Richards of Mulgrave. But before we get into that, before we welcome them, let's get into some of the other games around the grounds today. It'll be the last round of Premier Division, of course, and then some finals matches going about for the other divisions, of course. Let's start off with Premier Division in a very interesting clash between Norwood and Berwick, the relegation battle. Whoever loses this, I believe, will go down to Division 1. And the winner will stay up, and it's interesting given that Berwick they defeated Norwood, I believe, back in round, what would it have been, 9, I think. So how do we think this is going to play out, Spider?
Well, it's one of those games. It's going to be really intriguing how the scores come across right across the afternoon, because Norwood at home will give themselves a real good chance of winning this game. It's whether they can sustain it for a 4-quarter period, and that's something they haven't been able to do across the season. They've shown some glimpses, some encouraging signs. Brett Moyle has said to people that across the league that they've got some young players coming through, but now it's about the time where they need to try to step it up and put those 4-quarter performances together. What better day to do it on probably the most important day for their footy club, in the club's history, particularly in Premier. 10 years ago, you win the competition, you think that you're set forever, and then a decade later, you're fighting to stay in the competition. So for them, they've got to really set themselves for today, but they're going to be really challenged by Berwick's side, who have been competitive throughout the course of the year. Their margins at times have really reflected that. They haven't really been blown away in a lot of their games, but they just have lacked a bit of polish at times. They just haven't been able to defend, and then obviously haven't been able to post the big scores. So for them, they've been a very young side. I actually think Berwick will win this game. I think it'll be a pretty close game. I think they'll only about 2 or 3 goals in it, but just get a bit of a feeling. Berwick's midfield is probably going to be where the game's won, and that's where Norwood might have a little bit of a problem. Just not sure they're going to be able to kick a winning score.
And Besto, looking at the percentages, it does look like it is in Berwick's favour, just given what Spider spoke about. In fact, we will leave the the relegation battle of Berwick Norwood for after the interview with Matt Richards, the Mulgrave senior coach, who's come up to join us in the box. Matt, g'day.
G'day.
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, great, guys. Thanks for having me again.
So the second half of the year has been a bit of a flight, a bit of a takeoff for Mulgrave. When you look at the first half of the year, what do you think has clicked?
I think we did it last year as well. I don't know why we're a bit slow to get going, and we changed things up a bit. We've been pretty consistent with our list, and it definitely has come together. There's been a really good balance throughout the whole season, and then we dropped games we shouldn't have early, but then we picked up games later at different times. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy. I've enjoyed the season. It's been a lot of fun. So, we set out to make finals, and we did that last year as well, set out to make finals. But this year, from the get-go, we want to play in winning finals. So
Matt, you've sort of have peaked rather nicely, as you said, a little bit slow at the start. But the last time we saw you were reasonably good. I just want to ask you, put you on the spot, depending on how far you go, is there any chance of either Roberts or John coming back into the lineup for the back end of the season?
Yep.
Definitely.
Both.
Oh, all
excellent.
right. Next week?
That'll be great.
Well, it depends how we go today.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be playing next week regardless, aren't you?
Yeah, but if we win today, it's a double chance next week.
Sure.
Fletcher trained all week this week. So, and look, everyone knows how experienced he is and where he's been.
Yeah.
Just the complete professional.
Yeah.
So,
mind you, having said that, you're not relying on these two guys because they've been out for a while now, and you've still been able to win and play really well. So that must be really pleasing for you.
yeah, it is. They've had a big influence on the way we play by the way they guide things at training and during games as well. So Lynn has a big say in the way the midfield sets up, and that probably is why we've got better as the year's gone on. And his form was sensational, but it's not. He doesn't make it all about him. Like, he's happy to sacrifice, heavy on his handball, so he's always looking to dish off to his younger teammates. So, they've both played a huge part to get us where we are, and can't wait to get them back in.
And of course, having made finals last year, what's been the difference in preparation between 2023 and 24? Just having that experience of a previous finals lead up for the list.
I think we're really excited last year. I think we'd had 10 years without finals. So at Mulgrave, so apart from Booth, no one had played in finals really. Dean Seacoulis last year, I think it was Booth and Dino were the only two who had played in finals at Mulgrave. So now, totally different because plenty of those boys played last year. So there's an excitement about this is why we play footy. So this is why we've worked so hard, and can't wait. Look at the weather. The ground's in great nick. A little windy, but we get that in the suburbs, don't we? So we'll deal with that.
Indeed.
Matt, good luck this afternoon. When you look out, as we view the ground here at the moment, it's a small, compact sort of a ground. It's one of those grounds where you really have to defend well. And if you don't, you're really going to get hurt on the scoreboard. What are some of the key messages that you're going to discuss when you have that coach's address in about 20 minutes' time? And what are some of the areas you're going to really hone in on so that you can capitalise on the ground that we're going to play on this afternoon?
Yeah, you're spot on with defence. So that is a big key word for us today, and not in the defensive end of the ground, all over the ground.
Yep.
Defend the contest. You can't always have it. You can't always win it. So defend hard on that contest. The ground suits us very similar to Mulgrave. We like coming up here to Mitcham. Even Mitcham Footy Club, they're a great club. Coached by Neil Winnerton, past Mulgrave Premiership player. I tap in anything I can. So for me, that's super. It's going to be a contested footy. That's where the game's going to be won today, and we think we can take it up to Waverley.
A couple of times when I saw you during the season, I really watched and observed the way that you improved your physical outworking teams. Like there was one game in particular where you would probably admit that you were outworked. That was a game against Eastland where they worked you over on a big ground. Today, when you play on a smaller ground, if you can work over the Waverley midfielders and make them accountable through the inside part of the ground, that's going to go a long way to winning this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think part of our improvement as the year goes on is the two-way running. There's all these cliches in football, but they're cliches for a reason because, they get used a lot. So, you can't always have it on your terms. So you've got to push both ways. You've got to be accountable. You've got to defend hard, when you haven't got the footy. So if we can do that, which I think we can, and that's where our improvement has definitely come from, everyone willing to sacrifice, their little role to help their teammates. I think we can have a real crack today.
You've got sort of strength all over the ground, which is a real plus for you. The last time we saw you play, I was particularly impressed with Angus Gervasoni. I thought he had a fantastic game. And also the other guy that really stood up, and he's a real live wire, is Manny Sarkisian. So, and then you've got, you've got in the midfield, you've got at the back. So you've got strength all over the ground. So you must be quite pleased with your depth.
Yeah. Angus is, great football, great football family. Obviously, Jackson's part of our club as well. So I was fortunate enough to coach Gus and Manny as under-19s as well, so I know their games well, and they're both matured, and that was the main thing they had to do, mature into senior footballers. Gus is as tough and hard at it as they come, and he can go for 2 hours. He can just keep working. He doesn't like coming off the ground. You've got to drag him off, and he's as keen as to get back on there. So he's got some tricks, the kid. So. But he's not on his own, which is good, mids in there.
And I just wanted to ask you quickly about the ruck contest as well, because Bryce Curtis was very good the last time we saw you as well. I think he'll be going up against the big man Playstead. So that'll be a good battle today as well.
Yeah, so Bryce new to our club this year, and big Tom Gladman's carried our ruck stocks, for 10 years. So it's great to have Bryce. His second efforts and his ability to get around the ground is huge. So he's slotted in really nicely, and Tom's there to back him up as well. Yeah. And Tom, talks to him, coaches him, throughout the whole day. Yeah. So it's really good stuff.
Going back to the game against the Waverley Blues a couple of months ago, I think we in the media team sort of saw that as a bit of a turning point in Mulgrave's season. You spoke about two-way running, and I think at half-time that's sort of one of the big things that shifted throughout the game. How do you look back on that game, and how does that translate to coming up against them today?
Yeah, look, they had the wood over us too. I've only obviously coached last year and this year now, so they'd beaten us twice last year, and then they beat us in the early game. So at half time of that game, we had to just sit down and make some changes as a group. And I was really calm at half time. I remember that about the game, and the boys just stood up. Yeah, so. You don't always have to fly off your handle as a coach, of course. I'm not taking all the credit for it. I'll take a bit. But, they were really good in that second half. And, you just can't give teams a lead like that. We won't be doing that today. That's a big focus. We can't let them get off the leash early, which they have done to us before. So, we'll have a heavy focus on that.
Absolutely. And just one quick one as well. Last game we saw you, it was against Ringwood, and we chose one of the best players out there on that day for the interview. It was Angus Gervasoni. I don't know if you saw that interview. Who should we choose
that'll go down in infamy
to interview instead after this game, because he seemed he wasn't that keen on it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Who speaks well?
I wouldn't go with Gussie. I'd grab one of our skippers, Connor Tilliard or Sammy Cass for sure. That went right through our club. Everyone had it. His old man sent me the clip that night. Hilarious. That's Gus. Yeah,
I'd hate to see him giving a speech at his wedding.
No, luckily he can play footy, and so I'm not going to get rid of him because he can't talk in public. That's for sure.
Excellent. Well, we better let you get back to the match, to the rooms, in fact, and give you an address and prepare for the game.
No worries.
So good luck, Matt.
Best
Thanks
part
for
of that
joining
was
us.
not one question about Boothie. How good.
Well, we just know what he provides, so don't need to ask the obvious.
Thank you, because I had the obvious answer too. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Well, that was Matt Richards. And, I have to say, going back to that, I'm glad we've seen Mulgrave on a couple of occasions this year, because I think they're figuring very strongly in Division 2. And, even though they've got that massive roadblock of Boronia ahead of them, and all teams
it's
that
not much of a prize, is it? Win today and you have to play Boronia.
Exactly, yeah. So
actually, I disagree, because it's a free hit. I mean, we spoke about this last week. Yeah. We spoke about this last week in Division 3 with the game with today, Donvale playing. And like Knox last week had an opportunity to, with Surrey Park, and the winner was going to get a free hit at Donvale this afternoon. It's the same principle. I mean, this is a free hit. This is a really big opportunity for Mulgrave. If they can get over this game and get themselves into another opportunity to, you're going to get a preliminary final at absolute worst. You don't want to put yourself into an elimination situation. Exactly. Well, you're giving yourself a chance. Whereas Waverley, they've been, a team that we've spoken about all year. They did drop off for a few weeks there in the later part of the home and away season. I think there's more pressure today on Waverley, to be absolutely truthful. Fair comment. They have been a side that's probably escaped a little bit of the criticism, but they're a side that the focus is well and truly on here this afternoon, because we know what they can deliver and have promised. And obviously off the back of last year too, in finals, they had a very disappointing finals campaign right out in front of us here last year, where they were jumped in 2 consecutive finals, and that was due to not being able to defend the ground and then not being able to win the midfield battle through the inside part of the ground. And this is a big test for Waverley. Have they learnt the mistakes from last year? Have they got a game? And not only have they got game A, have they got plan B, C and D? And that's what they failed to deliver last year. Have they learnt their lessons?
You must have had him hot under the collar as well, Spider, Matt Richards, because I've just put his headset on and it is boiling under this thing. So.
And the hot seat.
Well, yeah, exactly. But no, but that's going to be reflective of what Scotty Savage will, when he joins us, we can talk about. But there is a lot of pressure surrounding Waverley Blues here this afternoon, because if they don't get a result, there's going to be a lot of focus on them, and they need to really step up to the plate, because Mulgrave, they've been doing it for week upon week, and with Jong and Roberts playing, it'll be a massive feather in their cap if they could get over the line today.
And I don't remember because it was such a long time ago, but I wouldn't have thought there would have been.
Old.
There would have, and that as well. I don't think there would have been too many of us picking Mulgrave right at the start of the year. Like, they wouldn't have been one of the fancy teams. So,
well, not to necessarily win it. I think we all had a feeling that they perhaps could replicate and play finals and be around that 4th or 5th. But we didn't have the expectation that they could elevate into the top 3 and really put themselves in a premiership window. And because we just didn't know how much depth they had on that list, because it was so reliant on Roberts and Jong. But in reality, there's been games when they haven't been there, yet they've won those games comprehensively.
Indeed. And I think part of that as well is we were considering Waverley Blues, Templestowe especially, and also Croydon to perhaps be a little bit ahead of them. And Mulgrave, they've scored some impressive wins against those sides this year.
And they did take a little while to get going in the early part of the season, and there was a little bit of concern, but they got that back on track pretty quickly. And that's a testament to their leaders, like Wing Jong and Fletcher Roberts and guys like Colin Tilliard. They've got the results so far, and they're on a qualifying final day and a big opportunity to progress to a second semi-final.
And your point of a free hit makes sense as well, and I think you can extend that a little bit to it being a free hit for because you have Boronia. Everyone's expecting Boronia to win the premiership. It is a bit of a free hit for almost all the teams. I know the pressure is more on Waverley Blues a little bit, but BWS, I think Mulgrave, we know that now it's more certain that they're going to be around the mark next year as well. Yeah,
it's a good turn of fortunes for them, because not too long ago they were just making up the numbers for a long time, Mulgrave, in this competition, and here and there they get a couple of upsets for the year, but finishing in the bottom end of the ladder. And it's nice to see the tables have turned and they're playing good footy. And you just brought up Boronia before, and Spider will like hearing this. Very entertaining game out here at Walker Park, with Boronia taking on East Burwood in the reserves, and currently East Burwood have kicked the last couple of goals and lead it 5-4-34 to 3-3-21.
Yeah, a bit of senior experience out there too, BWS, and been a big week out at East Burwood too. A couple of days ago, Justin Witcher, the coach, has departed as the senior coach and will not be reappointed for 2025. Justin is here this afternoon helping the reserves, which is great to see.
You're putting your hand up, Spider.
But he's definitely disappointed after having spoken to him yesterday.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I think for East Burwood, it's good to see that they've got under-19s and reserves playing, but as we keep speaking about with them, they now need to fulfil their talent, but they need to get a senior coach that is going to be there for a longer period of time, and they need to start to show a little bit more, and we've been very disappointed in what they've displayed with some of the commitment across the board this year, with players picking and choosing what they do. So a bit of a hard one for Justin Witcher to wear, not being able to see out that term, but they'll have to go and search for a coach and make sure that they get the right replacement.
Yeah, continuity's been a big issue from at East Burwood from at least what I've
13
seen.
coaches in 20 years.
And it's like Australian
and that's a club that had a very strong history and success in the late 90s, early 2000s. And then 3 coaches in 3 years. So that shows that a club needs to start to have a bit of a look and get itself in order.
Well, good news at least for East Burwood with the reserves. And
so far.
That's good. So far, indeed. I mean, they are against Boronia. We will turn our attentions briefly, I think, back to the relegation battle that we were talking about earlier. We didn't really cover necessarily what we think. We didn't cover tips, I suppose, is what we missed out on.
Berwick, for me.
Berwick, yeah. I have to agree, especially given their ability. They seem a more defensively sound team than Norwood, even going up against some of the heavier hitters.
But I don't think it's a bad thing for teams to go down, Jared. I mean, for Norwood going down, this is not a disaster for their footy club.
Well, look what happened to Knox.
Exactly. This will give them a chance to come back up. I think it might not be in first year, but over a 2 or 3 year period, they've got a young, promising, developing list. Brett Moore gets a chance to work with it, go out and get the required players, and rebuild that footy club pretty quickly. Whereas a club like Berwick, they've been in the competition a few years now, and I think for the future growth of the competition, it's really important that they stay in the top flight and try to remain as competitive as they can be. They'll have a new coach next season, and that is a good platform for them. To go down would be a little bit of a setback, but it's not a huge one. But for whoever goes down, they have to take some positive out of it. Yeah, it'll be disappointing, goes in the history book, but you just get on with it and you rebuild and you get back as soon as you can. Look at potentially what Park Orchards are going to achieve. Mm-hmm. They're right on the verge of coming straight back up.
I almost think it'd be, and this will sound like a really weird thing to say, but I almost think it'd be a negative if Norwood stay up. Because I think they do need to go down. They've had a really rough period, and I think BWS, I agree with you. They just need to go down. They need to reset themselves, maybe get a new coach, players, etc.
Well, Brett Moore's staying on, so
but then they need to maybe and they'll
they need to get more people around,
and just like Knox did, as we said before. So I think they probably a drop would do them probably the world of good.
Yeah, and particularly you're more competitive in reserves and under 19s. You become attractive. You need to reset, refresh, and get your club in order.
Well, the Bulkmeister's down there today, Wayne Brasher, and he's texted through and said that there's a 4 to 5 goal breeze kicking down towards the tanks.
So that's towards the Brad Henderson.
The Brad Henderson end of the arena. And so it almost comes down to who's. It comes down to the toss, who starts off well, who uses that advantage, because it's certainly blowing. I was down at Eastland earlier today, and it was quite blowy down in that pocket. You wouldn't think it looking out here now, although there is a bit of a breeze out there. So so I just thought I'd give that weather report. I'm going for Norwood today. I think it's I'm going against the Oracle. I've got the Oracle selections here, and the Oracle selects Berwick to win by 1 goal today. Okay. We know the Oracle's been on fire throughout all 5 divisions, 66 winning % rate, which is huge. But I'm going against the Oracle today. I think the Norsemen are going to get the job done, and I reckon they'll win by about 3 goals.
Gosh. I'm tipping Berwick for what it's worth, but it's a sort of game that could go either way. So we'll see what happens.
And I've got Berwick in that one as well. We'll move on quickly to Blackburn versus Baldwin, and this is an interesting game, of course, for the Burners. I think they're clinging on to a chance to raise themselves back up into the finals contention, but they do need other results to go their way, that being specifically the South Croydon game and the Rowville game as well.
Well,
it's unlikely.
Blackburn need Donny East to win, and they also need Noble Park to win.
Yeah,
one of Noble Park or Donny East to win.
It's funny though, isn't it? Because Blackburn seem to find themselves in this position almost every year.
Yeah,
they're abouts, but they're always relying on other sides to get it done for them. So it's not a great position to be in, to be honest.
No, look, last year was a very similar set of circumstances playing that last game against East Ringwood, and they ended up getting in because they defeated East Ringwood by a couple of goals. But I think this time around they'll look back at the year and go, well, a couple of weeks ago against Noble Park was the big missed opportunity. Basically, we spoke about it in the weekend preview a couple of weeks ago, and I was of the view that they didn't bring their effort and their attitude to that game, and I really still honestly believe that, and they just thought things were going to happen for them. Selection integrity played a massive issue. They didn't pick their best team on that day.
Well, sorry to cut you off, Spider, but we do have Scott Savage with us, the coach of the Waverley Blues. G'day, Scott. How are you feeling about today, the finals footy and the weather that the gods have blessed us with?
Downpour that came in. I was wondering what type of conditions we'd have, but no, it's a great facility, great ground, and perfect day for it.
And speaking of the ground, you've obviously made Central Reserve your home, a wider expanse, of course, and no doubt Mulgrave did beat you on that track earlier this year. How do you feel you're going to be able to translate that sort of a game to now this is the arena of finals footy?
I mean, in length of the ground, it's only 15, 20 metres shorter. Width-wise, it's obviously more smaller, so it's going to be, we're expecting a bit more physicality around the football today, a bit more stoppage work, but the run and carry still doesn't change the way we play. We want to be able to get that footy moving quick and get into our forward line to our power that we've got down there.
Indeed, and compared with last year and the finals push that Waverley Blues made then, how have you directed your preparation as opposed to what Tom Langford would have done last year?
Oh, look, I mean, to what Tom Langford did and to what I did, two different things. Tom's a great coach and was a great mentor to myself who I did learn a lot off, and a little bit different maybe towards the training loads and everything coming into this finals campaign to last year's finals campaign. But if I look at this year's, especially last three games that we've played, to last year's last three games we played, we're coming into this final series with momentum.
Yeah, Scott, you had a big one. I was just going to ask you that question because you had a big win last week, a very one-sided match. Would you have sooner had a tougher contest last week, or were you happy with just an easy hit-out leading into this important part of the season?
Not really. It was a win that we needed to have like that. As I said to the boys during that game, you don't get to playing games like that very often. So you need to relish it and enjoy it. And it was a good game to fine-tune a few things that we've been working on, processes. Because don't forget, we played Croydon only the week before that. We had our backs up against the wall. A lot of people were against us on that day and that week leading into it. And, we knew what we can do between our four walls. And, look where we are today after that game.
Scotty, great to have you in the box again.
Thanks, Spider.
What are the three key messages for you guys this afternoon? What are the three things you're going to focus on this afternoon to get the desired result? Because you're playing a team that will be physical. Mm-hmm. They've said they're going to defend the ground really strongly. They're going to be some attributes that you're really going to have to come across throughout the four quarters. Yeah,
so look, I mean, one of our key things is our midfield today. We've put a bit of heat on that midfield today compared to what would happen last time when we last played and when we were 6 goals up at half time, and through the middle there we got carved up big time. So key message, stoppage work, physicality around the football, and taking most of our opportunities up forward.
So what do you do to harness that and to fix that problem? Because obviously in that second half they did get on top. Yep. What are some of the things that the drive down points to tighten the screws? Yep. How do you do that?
It's the vocalness, it's the physicality, it's the we're speaking a lot about things about like one percenters. One percenters I think in finals football is massive, and we've spoken about moments. There's going to be moments in finals where it's either going to win you a game and they can break a game open. So when that time comes for that individual or play to happen, it needs to happen. And we signal it out when it does happen.
You've been a team on the rise, it feels like, for quite a long time. Do you feel like this is the time, this is the now?
When you say on the rise, just this season or in the last
I think
weeks?
Over the last, probably in the last 2 or 3 seasons, I feel your form's been sort of building all the time. You've been there or thereabouts. Mm-hmm. So do you sort of feel like you've reached a time now where the players are matured, you've got the list where you want them, and you're ready to go? Bearing in mind that of course you had Tommy before you.
Yeah, look, we've been a successful club over the last sort of 3 years. We had a premiership 2 years ago, finals last year, finals again this year. Very young side still, we're debuting 5 senior debutants today who are playing their first senior final today, from our under-19s Premier team last year. So is there maturing to do in the group? Yes, there is, but are they maturing now? I think they are, from what they've had, with players like the Harding boys that we've had, Nathan McNamara and Nathan Buzzer, who are those young guys, they're just stepping up and relishing seeing football.
Indeed. And one player who wasn't playing last time you played for Mulgrave was Omar Mohammed, and you mentioned the pressure around the contest. How big is his inclusion today?
Oh, huge. I mean, you look at our side from that game, there's 7 or 8 different players playing today. You know, Tyson Hale never played that game. Omar never played that game. Omar's huge. Like, you know, he's a work beast. His explosiveness, he can win the game off his own boot, and the way that he just runs and attacks the football, like, you know, get out of his way.
Is this the sort of game, Scotty, that you got a double chance either way? You win, you're into a second semi, you take on Boronia. You lose, you're playing in a first semi cutthroat. As a coach, do you play all your cards today, or do you hold some of them back? Because you've got to make some sort of a decision based on how the game is tracking. I mean, do you sort of say, I might keep that one in your back pocket, use it next week, or we know that they're going to, we know that they've got a couple of blokes potentially to come back. We may meet them again in a couple of weeks' time in a potential prelim.
Nah, Spider, look, you never know, mate, what's going to happen tomorrow. You go out there, you know, yes, we've got a double chance, but you don't think like that. You just got to go out there and just do what you got to do to win the game of footy. Like, you know, if it's a close one, then obviously you got to do what you got to do to win. You know, if it's a last quarter and you know the game's done and dusted, then you can start thinking about different things. But you know, we're out there to win no matter what. But
that's the intrigue about coaching, isn't it? It's the psychology for you. Being a first-year coach, you've got to still have that thought process, don't you? Because you've got to take every scenario into equation.
Because you know, we've been thinking about that for the last sort of 2 weeks. We've been able to have that on our minds.
There was a section of games where Waverley Blues did taper off a little bit. Of course, you guys resurged towards the end of the home and away season. What were the issues that were presenting themselves there, and what sort of things did you implement to fix that?
Yeah, so like, I mean, that little period where I think we lost 3 in a row, and you know, after the Templestowe game where we had that heavy loss in those conditions. You know, we had a bit of home truth spoken about as a group of where we wanted to go in the last 3 weeks. Do we just play out the season and see where we land, or do we want to really give this a red hot crack? You know, a lot of people don't talk about our first half of the season. Like, we're in the position from the, you know, it's an 18-round season. Your season's not won from the last 3 games. You know, we set ourselves up in the first half of the season to get to where we are. We're second on the ladder for a reason. Like, we haven't had anyone fall out or lose that because and we've taken the spot. I think we've truly earned it. And you know, we have had a lot of, like, you know, you talk about injuries of players and that. We've had a lot of injuries this year. Guys go overseas. You know, we had a game against Ringwood and we only had 17 guys on the ground in the last quarter to finish it out. So we have been hampered with that, but you know, we're hitting momentum at the right time of the year.
And who were the most vocal in that sort of discussion about, no, we want to push this as far as it can go?
The whole group. To be honest, like, the message that I give the guys is no one has no right to be heard. Like, you know, everyone's got a point to put it across. Everyone's to be heard. You know, there's no dumb question. You know, everyone has a right to be have their input into it. It's their club, it's their team, and I'm just the one standing at the top of it.
Indeed. Well, I'm glad to hear that there's no dumb question, because I guess that my next one, and perhaps in wrapping up, might be a little bit obvious. But what would it mean? What would it mean for the Waverley Blues to go forward, push for a premiership, a shot at a premiership or a grand final appearance?
Oh, look, it'd mean the world to the club. But look, I mean, I can see it now. If we ended up getting beat today, it's going to be the same old Waverley from last year. If we win today, it's going to be like the monkeys off their back. They can go forward. But you know, we just got to know, and what we're talking to the boys, we leave no stone unturned out there when we come off the ground today, knowing that we gave it a crack. To make a grand final is the first part we'd love to get to win it. You know, you've got to beat the best, and that's Boronia at the moment. But, you know, I feel that, you know, the pressure is on Boronia. Whoever comes up against them, you know, it's going to be a great game.
Well, we saw what happened with South Belgrave last year, for example.
Yeah.
Anyway, we better let you get back to the preparation for the match. Thank you so much for your time, Scott.
Enjoy the call, boys.
Good stuff,
luck with it.
Scotty.
Good stuff,
Good luck.
I hope it's a different result this time.
Fingers crossed for you guys.
Thanks, mate. All the best.
Good stuff, mate.
We are hoping that it is at least going to be just as an entertaining match as it was last time we saw these two teams play. But Scott does make a very good point in terms of they did earn their spot here today.
Absolutely.
In terms of the first half of the season, we were definitely looking at them as the second best side to a behemoth in Boronia.
Well, they're the challenger.
To their credit.
Well, they are the challenger, and they set the pace early in the season. And sure, they did have a little period of time where they did have a small little drop-off, but they feel like they're through that period. They've had that discussion, and they feel like they're ready to launch again into a finals campaign with a full strength of team and desire to do so. So I think he said that really well, and he's prepared his players accordingly.
Indeed, and I think we're all obviously as followers of footy, grateful that we've got a strong Waverley Blues team in the finals race, because they do play such an attractive brand of footy.
I was just going to say they're a great side to watch. They really are an attractive side, so I'd love to see them do well, and let's hope they go well.
Well, I think one thing, Brett, too, is that I saw them early in the year in one of the close games, and they really did lock on when it really got tight, and they didn't let that ball squeeze over the back. Yeah. They really nailed that down, and that's something that they hadn't been great at in previous seasons in some of the close games. So to them, that's a sign for me that you mature as a team. And to have 5 guys come in today and play their first final, that shows that they've got absolute faith in their development program, in their system, and in their method and what they're trying to do. They can know that they can put a young player in, and then they can try and get the job done. So that's something, when you've got utter faith in that, I think that's a really good sign of coaching.
There's not a lot of weaknesses in their team, and just picking up on what Scotty said about Omar Mohammed, he's such an important player. He really is.
He's the X factor.
He's a vital cog in their wheel, so very important to have him back in the side. So.
Let's keep rolling through with Premier Division. We might speed through it a little bit. We've got a few minutes before our first break, but we will continue on the other side of that. Let's go to East Ringwood versus Vermont. An interesting matchup, of course. It has the feel to me of Vermont, a litmus test for the Eagles to see where they're at in terms of how they stack up against what are probably the premiership favourites at this point.
Well, Vermont will really determine where they finish. Now, if they can get the result today, I mean, it is another free hit for them. I mean, they go there, they up against a team against East Ringwood, they go, well, we can have a real go today, and we can determine where they finish. Now, if Vermont get a double chance, they give themselves a great chance to go real deep into this final series. If they are playing in elimination, well, the questions will be out for them. Can they survive that elimination final? But I think their form's got better over the last month. I think they've really started to step it up. The side's got a little bit more stability in it. Nielsen's playing some pretty good footy. Thiessen's doing some good things up forward. I think their midfield is working a lot better than what it did in the first part of the season. And I think defensively too, they've really been a lot more solid and worked a lot harder than what they were probably in the first 6 to 7 weeks. And particularly since that defeat on the Sunday against Roval, where they were extremely poor. I mean, since that match, they've turned their fortunes around, so they've been a lot more positive in the way and the method that they've played with. I think East Ringwood will win the game, and just going back on the Baldwin and Blackburn game, I think Baldwin will win that game. Of
course, sorry.
I just think that their midfield will have the answers for Blackburn. Guys like Bowen Smith, Urban, etc. And I just don't think they've got any answers for Haley. Although Blackburn are at full strength today, there's no excuses for them. The only player that's not playing is Michael Dunn, who can't get a game at the moment. He's been squeezed out of that team because of some of the VFL players that have come back into that lineup. But just not sure what Blackburn are going to be able to do from a perspective of stopping that going through that midfield. I think the way that they play and defend so hardball, I think they might be able to put the clamps on the Blackburn midfield today.
Indeed. And before we go to our first break, just quick tips, gentlemen, from BWS and Besto on the Blackburn, Baldwin and the East Ringwood Vermont games.
Baldwin for me, definitely, and I think East Ringwood, I think they're the premiership favourites, and I think they'll get it done today.
Vermont and Blackburn.
Ooh, fascinating.
I think Vermont. I've put my hand up. I think Vermont are going to win the flag, and I think if Blackburn want to give themselves any sort of a sniff today, and who's to say that Doncasteries can't upset the Doggies as well? You just never know.
Well, you just never know.
And I think would say that.
And I think that I think Blackburn will take a lot of beating today. And
they will. Yeah.
It makes no difference to Baldwin whether they win or lose. So I think that they're not going to go at 100% today.
Well, there's a lot more riding on it. Correct, BW. So I think that is true. It's just whether they can bring their best football, and they haven't been able to do that in the last few weeks because it's been so inconsistent. They've had a lot of reliance, Blackburn, on some of their mainstays. They're the heart and soul players like Macadorian and etc. who have been playing really good footy, but they need others to follow the lead and start to get that desired result because they're a better team than what they've showed in the last couple of weeks. They're the most improved team. Look at the percentage, but they haven't been able to make that a reality on the scoreboard.
Indeed, and for what it's worth, just before we go to the break, I'm going to go with, I think Blackburn will upset Baldwin here, and then I'm going to go East Ringwood.
And happy to be wrong too, but Blackburn not winning. So.
Indeed. So we're just about to go to an ad break. We will continue the pre-match of the Eastland match of the round after this.
Yes, that was a hard one to tip the Blackburn ball, but I've gone ball and it's not.
There's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only three things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, ybw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our comments.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. You are listening live on Eastern 98.1 or on the YouTube and Facebook streams. Thank you very much for joining us. Today, live from Walker Park, we've got a Division 2 clash for you. Qualifying finals are here, and it's Waverley Blues versus Mulgrave. Alongside me, we've got BWS, Besto and Spider. And right now, right in front of us, is the reserves match. Boronia trailing East Burwood 4-4-28 to East Burwood 7-5-47. And we are 5 minutes into the final quarter. So good news for East Burwood. The reserve side doing well at the pointy end of the year. We're going to continue on with discussions about the games happening around the grounds today. We're still in Premier Division, just a couple of games. A couple more games to cover in there. First up, we've got Noble Park versus Rowville. Noble Park, their season done and dusted. Bit of a disappointing year for them. Of course, I think the 2022 premiers were perhaps expecting a bit of a better follow-up to another fairly disappointing year last year. But Rowville, they're getting into a final series, the reigning premiers, of course, and their form has been a little up and down recently.
Well, they're vulnerable, Jared.
Yeah.
That's the reality. That when their VFL players are not playing, guys like Lockie Wind, etc., they are a vulnerable footy team. I mean, we saw them at their best against Vermont about 4 or 5 weeks ago on the Sunday, and we were very impressed in saying they're the best team in it, and they're going to be hard to beat. And that's true. But when they play East Ringwood last week, they were beaten around the ball, and they really were shown they couldn't defend. And in the conditions, too, that were presented. I think the biggest challenge for them today is they just have to get their game back to what it was. But it's hard because a guy like Brolick, he's been out of the team. He's had a hamstring injury. He's under now an injury cloud to get himself right for finals. And then they just haven't been playing consistent footy for about a month now, Roval. So there's a bit of a concern in Noble Park. It's a big day for their club. They're saying goodbye to 2 club legends, Kyle Martin and Jackson Sketcher, have been fantastic for their club for such a long period of time.
Was it Sketcher, was it?
It's
I
not
thought
Sketcher,
it was
it's Luke
Bull.
I was going to say Sketcher's not going anywhere.
Well, my understanding is Sketcher might not be there either.
Besto's already crying. You'll start bawling in a second if that's true.
Well, that's news. Yeah, they're definitely Bull and Martin are the
Bull and Martin are definitely confirmed. But Sketcher's another player that is potentially on the way out. Potentially.
No, it's a horrible rumour. It's not true.
So
he just doesn't want to believe it. But
if you but the thing is, it's an emotional day for their club.
Yeah,
so there's
huge.
something to play for,
and it's at home as well.
And it's at home.
Yeah.
You almost say to them, well, you almost nearly lean to tipping them because it's one of those games. And for Roval, this is desperate. They need to somehow try and get a double chance. Now, they are vulnerable if they are playing in an elimination final.
Agreed.
Next week.
And we've got Ray Baird out there, of course, who will be texting in scores from that match.
He'll be crying in his beer at the end of the game. Go the Bulls!
He starts his text halfway through the quarter, and we get it about the 25-minute mark.
Well, I think we need to look out for some carrier pigeons flying into Walker Reserve, Walker Park, in fact.
Smoke signals.
And the other tips for this game, gentlemen.
I've got to go the Bulls. Yep.
I'm actually, to be honest, look, I'll go with Roval, but I think Noble Park are a tremendous chance to win this game. I'll go Roval, but very narrowly, but I think Noble Park can definitely win.
Roval by 2 goals. I forgot to say what the Oracle's tips were for those other games, but for this game, the Oracle picks Roval by 27 points. In the Vermont and East Ringwood game, it's a 7-point win to East Ringwood, and the other game was Blackburn and Balwyn, which has Blackburn beating Balwyn by 20 points.
Ooh, I like that.
That'd be a massive win if that happens.
That would be, and for what it's worth, I'm going to go with, I think, Roval in this one. I just see them being able to steady the ship coming into finals. They've got the experience.
I'm not talking to you anymore, Jared.
Well, we'll move on then.
Well said.
I don't know if BWS is going to be talking to me either after we talk about this game, South Croydon versus Doncaster East.
I'm not picking them, don't worry.
Okay, fair enough. Down at Cheong Park, of course, this is to certify South Croydon's place in the finals. A big game for them, of course. Doncaster East just running out the season, a fairly disappointing year. I got to say, I think South Croydon will take this one as well. I don't really see Doncaster East making too much of an impact.
Biggest disappointment for the year, boys. They have been just so disappointing, Doncaster East, after all the hype, the build-up, the recruiting that they went on. They said a lot of things during the off-season, promised a lot, haven't delivered anything. Some big losses this year, and just no continuity within their team. So you find it hard to tip them and trust them. And when you look at South Croydon, you've got to really acknowledge what they've done this year under Brendan Allen. He's come to the football club. He's steadied the ship, and they were inconsistent last season, and we didn't think that South Croydon really had any prospect of playing finals. But to their credit, since that game against Blackburn early in the year, they've really taken all before them, and their level of consistency week after week has been really impressive, and they will deserve their final spot if come later in the end of the day they are in that finals position should they get the win, and you expect them to do so. I think they'll win pretty comfortably.
They'll get it done. I've got more to play for, and as you said, Spider, they're hitting a nice little purple patch of form as well, so I think they'll win comfortably. Yep.
Doggies by 8 goals today. It's been a disappointing season for Doncaster East, and they'll be looking probably forward to it finishing, to be honest, and re-going again, and working in the off season to get back that momentum and that buzz around the place that they've had for a long time down there. And it's sort of a spark or so's just dissipated a little bit this year, but very easily reignited, and I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back.
Any truth to the rumour you've been called in as a motivator in the off season to pick the boys?
Well, I'm almost thinking, because I've been down on the Mornington Peninsula and I haven't been around the club, that's part of the demise.
Dear.
Bar sales have definitely gone down.
Yeah, you're right there. It's right.
I've got South Croydon in that one as well, and of course that's just looking at the ladder. That's going to be bad news for Blackburn, even if they do get up over.
Isn't it interesting that Brendan Allen at the end of today could be coaching finals from a team that he left last season, that we all thought would play finals this year and take their spot. It's a final 5 situation. Blackburn once again could finish in 6th, which has been a habit the last few years. And South Croydon look like they're going to etch themselves into that final spot. And as his mantra said at the start of the year, no limit. So South Croydon, you'd have to really say they're a real chance to win a final or two.
Bit of dramatic irony there indeed. BWS, you've got the Oracle.
The Oracle has selected South Croydon to win by just over 5 goals tonight.
Okay, that makes sense. So let's dig into Division 1. We've got a couple of finals happening this weekend. Today's game will be the South Belgrave versus Mitcham game, of course. The grand final rematch from last year, but a very different context now going into this game. South Belgrave would still go in the favourites, you've got to think, but Mitcham, they've acquitted themselves well enough throughout the year, but I think part of their identity is a bit of a slow burn throughout the season. So I'm not too pessimistic about their chances today, Spider.
I'm not. I think they really can take it up to them. If they can defend the ground like they have done so well in these finals, particularly at Tumor Reserve, which they really like playing at, and they can isolate South Belgrave, really close them down, put the pressure on them through the middle part of the ground, I give them a real chance. It's just whether South Belgrave can be physically stronger, get those forward entries through their real tall players and their key prime movers, and really exert their authority on their game early. That'll be the difference in how this game is won. Look, I am going for South Belgrave, but I really think Mitcham can win this game. They are a realistic chance. And even if they don't win today, I still think Mitcham can be there at the right, real pointy end. I still see Mitcham as a genuine threat to be there on grand final day.
Yeah, Mitcham got a real... I mean, that loss last week came out of absolutely nowhere. They got an absolute shellacking. So,
well, I think they put the cue in the rack best.
Yeah, I was going to say, so it was almost like they sort of... Well, you hate to say they threw the game, but you might be right.
They didn't show their cards.
No, and obviously just holding off for this week, and I think they'll bounce back with a vengeance, and I think they'll get up in an upset.
I don't mind that, to be honest, from Neil Winton. It's about the long game. It's about winning a premiership, and sometimes you got to pick your battles. And if Mitcham did hold off a little bit last week against Park Orchards, well, so be it. That's strategy. That's all that is. On the other side of the coin, BWS, South Belgrave, they've gone well throughout the year, but they've not been the destructive force that they were last year. Do you think that sets them in lesser stead going into the finals, or is that perhaps taking a leaf out of Neil Winterton's book and going more of the slow burn factor throughout the year and then peaking at the right time?
Well, it's all about making the finals, isn't it? And then bringing your best game to the party. And like, they're a good side, South Belgrave. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Like, Bromley and Smith have had sensational years. You've got Liam Kidd and Charlie Peters. Like, they're a class unit, but they come up against a Mitcham side who just love playing finals football.
They thrive on it.
They do, don't they? It doesn't matter where or how they come. When it hits finals time, they press a button somehow. And today's game is going to be a very, very close one. I have absolutely no doubt about that. Can Mitcham get the win? I'm going for the Saints today. I think, not to say that rules Mitcham out, because they like coming from behind anyway, Mitcham. But I'm going for South Belgrave today.
They better keep an eye on Jesse Uren, because he's been in top form in recent times. And if he cuts loose, well then look out.
And also Perante.
Is Jesse Uren going to take the spot in a poster on your wall now that Kyle Martin's coming down after today?
I haven't decided yet. I'm taking applications.
I know. You still got Jess Bolton up. We know that. That'll never come down.
So we'll skip
the Bolt.
So we'll skip down the divisions because we can talk about the Beaconsfield-Montrose game tomorrow before it happens. So be sure to tune into the pre-game.
Beaconsfield for
tomorrow.
me.
Yeah, of course, you won't be on the broadcast.
I'll be in Ballarat.
Indeed.
Down the rat. The Montrose have got a 1-point win over Beaconsfield, according to the Oracle. And South Belgrave do it by 10 goals.
Was Blake Tennant doing that pick?
Just for the hell of it, really. So we'll skip through that and go down to Division 3, where we've got a fascinating game here. The top two of the division, Donvale up against Surrey Park, and it's David versus Goliath in some senses, but you give Surrey Park a bit of a chance, because as much as it was an annihilation on the scoreboard when we saw them at Surrey Park earlier this year, I would say everything was going against the Panthers. They were down to 17 on the field at a certain point during the game. They had an awful set of injuries that day. During the second and third quarters, they actually took it up to Donvale, and I can't remember whether or not they broke even during those quarters as an aggregate, or if Donvale had just beaten them, or if they just beat Donvale, but they can take it up to Donvale in certain passages of play if things are going right.
Donvale, they're a very hard side to play against. They're very physical, and through the midfield, they're just so strong. Their ball transition is very impressive. And I think the thing for them they're going to really have to watch today is the way that Surrey Park also like to move the ball around. I mean, they did play really well after half-time last week. I thought in their first half they were a little bit slow out of the box, and Knox really took it up to them. But once they got their game going in that third quarter in particular, worked their way into it, Knox really had no answer. So I think for me, I'm still going to go with Donvale. I just think they're a better team on paper, and I just think they're stronger in all aspects of the ground, defensively, midfield, and forward structure. But I just think Surrey Park, I'm just a little bit worried that they're not going to be able to, to really contain some of the big prime moves from Donvale.
Yeah.
They've got some really big ones. They've got guys like Murphy, Day, etc., that have been having wonderful years. Defensively, they're just very standard in the ruck, middle of the ground. They're just so prolific. Guys like Rouser, etc. So Haig as well. Yeah. He's their big X factor gun. Yeah. So going to be hard work for the likes of the Surrey Park midfield, who at times looked good last week, but at times just lacked a little bit of polish as well. And they did turn the ball over, which let Knox back into the game. So they have to be careful.
Yeah, Surrey had a good win last week. No, take nothing away from them, but I think Donvale will win today, and I think they'll go on to take the flag.
We'll progress to the grand final. Surrey Park will get another opportunity to have another crack at the prelim. But and anything can happen on grand final day, as we know. Indeed. We've seen it before.
This is one of those free hits, as you
it's a free hit.
It's
absolutely.
Before Spider.
Second semi's always a free hit.
Indeed. BWS, your tip for this one, and the Oracle, of course.
Of course. Well, let's start with the Oracle, so I don't forget that, and then I can probably copy that tip as it comes through. Today, Donvale to win by 4 goals, says the Oracle. So I think it's going to be a big challenge day for Surrey Park. But you know what? Sometimes when a team has a week off and then another team's played, that can build up that momentum and they can let it flow through to the following week. I think it's going to be a close game. As much as I'd love to pick Surrey Park today and pick the upset, I think Donvale are just going to be too strong, to be honest, and I think they'll get up by about 3 goals.
Indeed. And very quick tips, gentlemen, for the Division 4 game happening today, the semi-final between Scoresby and Churnside Park.
Yeah, I think Scoresby, just think too strong all across the field. I think their midfield will be dominant and their forward line a bit too good for Churnside Park. But I think it'll be a high-scoring game.
Yeah, Scoresby for me as well, yeah.
Indeed.
Extra time, Scoresby to win by a goal.
Ooh.
And the Oracle picks Scoresby by 2 points.
Okay, well, I've got Churnside Park in this one. In fact, I just think their forward combination is a little bit might be a little bit hard for Scoresby to handle. So that will be it for the pre-game show. Thank you very much for joining us for this. Of course, coming up after the break, we will bring in the call team, which is us plus Paul minus Spider.
We'll bring it ourselves.
No, Spider's staying on.
Oh, you're staying on? Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, excellent. And also, around the grounds as well, don't forget that there are women's grand finals happening today. Our excellent companions in Ryan Long, Josh Ward, Blake Tennant. I think Jono's going to be there as well.
And Kate Green on the boundary.
Isn't Jono our master of ceremony? He's our Craig Willis of the FNL, isn't he?
Hey, don't do that to Craig Willis.
No.
And then you've also got Josh Ward and Chris Curtis out at Quamby.
That's right.
Quamby. So the other ones are all at H.E. Parker, and so the first couple of games have finished at both H.E. Parker, and the first game at
Quamby
has finished as
It's
well.
a cast of thousands.
It is. We're all over the place.
And just in front of us as well, the Rams have gotten up 9-7-61 to Boronia 4-4-28. So good news for East.
Hey, Spider, proud of our colours. Black and white are good.
Well, Choco was telling me all about it yesterday at a luncheon. So he must have listened to Lee Matthews. I was at a luncheon yesterday. Lee Matthews, simply brilliant, and some great words from someone of great oracle intelligence. Lee Matthews, yeah. But Choco, Craig O'Malley, who coaches the reserves, well done.
Indeed. So thank you very much for joining us for the pre-game show, the Eastland match of the round between Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. The qualifying final of Division 2 will be up after this.
Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne. Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community co-ops and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Dawson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match.
And welcome out to Walker Park, the home of the Eastern Football Netball League, as they like to call it. It's finals footy time in the Eastern Football Netball League, and we're pretty excited as well. Today is Division 2 qualifying final. It's a huge clash with the Waverley Blues taking on Mulgrave. My name is Ben Warren-Smith, but you can call me BWS. I'm joined by Brett Beston in the co-commentators chair this afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Besto.
Good afternoon, BWS. What a cracking day it is. I was really excited when I woke up this morning and saw all the sunshine, and loved coming out here at Walker Park. I'd have to say, probably my favourite venue, and I think this is going to be a cracking game today, especially with that finals feel in the air as well.
It's always a tight squeeze up here in the box, but no, it's always put together magnificently by our very own John Blackman, also known as Lee Green, who's also in the special comments today.
I'd love. Well, my special comment is I'd love to know when the elevator's being installed.
Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Get GMAC onto that one. A man who we heard on. We didn't hear him yesterday in the Friday show, but we've been blessed with him on the pre-match show today, and special comments man as well today. Very good afternoon to Matt Spider Lee. Just turn Spider on. Thanks, Paul.
Well, get me set up there. Hopefully,
you're on, mate.
Can't hear myself, but anyway, that's okay. Good afternoon, BWS and everyone. Great to be here. Was absent from the pre-game show yesterday. Was absent yesterday. Had to attend a luncheon with Lee Matthews, the great. But it was
name dropper.
Oh, you got a name drop? No, it was really
named after Lee Matthews.
It was we'll swing the names around. No, it was great to be there. But look, thoroughly looking forward to this contest. It's going to be in front of us in a few moments' time between two quality teams, and it's a very hard game to pick, to be honest. But looking forward to it.
Certainly is, and big crowd building up here as they always do. Flock down to Mitcham. There's still parks. The good thing about coming to Mitcham is there's always plenty of parking around, so you'll be able to do that. And there's a back entrance as well, so you don't have to waste the steps walking around to the front.
And there's all that new parking with behind the municipal whatever the.
What's that word?
The council chambers.
I'm pretty sure it's all public parking there. So
yeah, it's all freebie.
Behind the cop shop.
It's all very
behind
good.
The council chambers.
So come on down. If not, enjoy the stream today on YouTube and Facebook.
I got a ticket a few years ago when I parked behind the council chambers. I wasn't happy.
Yeah, that was Lee Murphy from the Doncaster East Football Club who just swanned on down and gave you one.
If you actually go and knock on the police station next to where it's the highway patrol, Adam Slater will probably serve you at the counter there, and he'll probably slap another one on you.
Oh,
well, waiting very patiently. He's the number one stats man in the game, and it's great to have him back on board today. It's a very good afternoon to you, Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, good afternoon, boys. It's great that finals are starting here in Divi 2, and both sides in form at the moment, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Picturesque conditions down on the ground. I'm just trying to get an eye on our boundary rider who's ready to go. Jared Beanland, who hosted pre-match, did a fantastic job. Now he's got position A this afternoon. How are you, Jared?
Thank you very much, BWOS. Fantastic weather down here, of course. It's a brilliant day for footy. I'm so glad to be out here for some finals footy. Walker Park's excellent to come to always. There's a massive crowd behind me. It's going to be a cauldron, of course, because the atmosphere, it's great at this ground. I thoroughly enjoy being here. Mulgrave just working their way into position right now. Looks like they will be kicking to the left side of your radio dial.
Is there a cross breeze down there, Jared? It feels like from when I was out there earlier that it was more of a cross breeze than blowing straight down the ground.
I would say it's going about diagonally. If it's favouring anyone, it would be favouring the Waverley Blues this quarter. But it's not as strong as it was before. It was very blowy earlier. It's just starting to pick up a little bit more now. So I think it's going to be it's going to ebb and flow a little bit throughout the day.
One day, this is the sort of game you need to be able to defend in this breeze.
Quick tip for you, Jared.
Yeah, I've got Mulgrave to figure out Waverley Blues again like they did last time we saw them. I think they'll win it, and I think it's going to be yet another classic. I think they'll do it by 10 points.
Thanks very much. It is Waverley Blues kicking to the Maroondah Highway end of the ground because Booth is certainly not lining up at full back. Besto, who is your tip today?
I'm going for the Waverley Blues. I think they'll get there in a close one.
Quick one, Spider.
Waverley Blues in a close one for me as well. Just think more scoring power.
And Paul?
Mulgrave in a close one.
And I'm going Waverley Blues, and we're all picking close ones today, and we're getting excited because the umpire holds the ball aloft, and here is Brett Beston to get us underway with the Division 2 qualifying final.
So it'll be Curtis against Playstead on the ruck as the ball goes up, and for a cracking game today. Playstead almost took it out of the ruck, but he lost control of it. Now it's going forward, chasing back there is Hatchett was, sorry, and the ball is in the hands now. Mulgrave to go forward. Trying to get a mark on this one up. They fly, almost taken there. In fact, it's been grabbed, but there'll probably be a ball up, I'd say, as the umpire comes in and says nothing much doing. So we'll have our first ball up of the game.
The intensity will be hot early, you would assume.
Certainly will. There's the ball up again. Going into the ruck that time was Kramer for Waverley Blues. That was interesting. And we'll have another stoppage. So that's typical sort of feeling out period of the game. Umpire to throw it in far side of Walker Park with the sun streaming across. Gorgeous conditions here, as we mentioned. Best conditions of the season. And it goes. Up they get Kramer again. Worked his way to the front spot, but he's probably going to put it straight back out of bounds. He is. Nothing much happening, so we'll get BWS into the call to see if he can get things moving.
So 1 minute ticks over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's deep in the Mulgrave forward line. Who can draw first blood? It'll be Booth going up this time against Miller. At the fall of the ball, little handball there by Hale. Couldn't quite hit the target. A lot of players following this football at the moment. Still in the right forward pocket. A little kick off the ground, though, has worked out okay for Mulgrave. They get it to that 50 arc, and we'll have another ball up.
Stoppages really early in this contest going to be really important to see who can lock on to their direct opponent.
So the umpire throws it up now. Little flick over the back. Gervasoni hit the deck. Did really well to get the handball away. Got it to Sarkissian. He got wrapped up in a tackle. Umpire comes in, and we've had a lot of stoppages early in this game. Just all players just trying to feel themselves out. It's been every bit of 16 players following the football. Paul Yaconey?
Already 3 tackles to 2 in favour of Waverley Blues.
All over it early in the piece. Little knock on there by Gervasoni. The Waverley Blues just trying to work themselves forward, dropping the ball. The crucial stage was Valanis. He had some support, then eventually picked it up and got a little boot to ball. Up towards the half-forward line was okay. Wrapped up strongly in a tackle. Kick went the wrong way there for Mulgrave at that time, and now they'll be able to link up here. Kramer on the right boot goes up towards the half-forward line for the Waverley Blues. The first time they go forward this afternoon. Here's Oscar Harding. This way, that way. Kicked it straight into the man on the mark. That was sloppy football. Very sloppy indeed. Williamson sees it over the boundary line right in front of Scott Savage and the Blues dugout.
That's just early game nerves from Harding there. Just didn't quite get the full momentum and just probably needed to lift his vision a little bit.
So just waiting for the throw on again. Apologies, I was calling Kramer for instead of Booth, looking at the wrong side of my sheet there, so he wasn't in the ruck. It was Booth as the ball goes in. Won by the Waverley Blues out of the ruck. They get a little ball comes out though, and it looks like Mulgrave are going to work it out of defence. Kick out towards the wing. Who wants this one? Picked up nicely over there by number 33 and Miller. Just taking his time to assess his options. Finally puts the kick forward to about half forward. It's gone over the top. Oh, nicely done too. Picked up by Rufus, who just puts his boot to it. Slams it inside 50 to full forward. No one takes the mark. Ball bouncing around. Can they get hands on it there? Looks like they've got out of this one. Nicely worked away there. Number 35 is Ruskus. And they'll just get it out of here, Mulgrave. Under a bit of pressure there for a while, but cool heads. Nice kick out. Finds Tilliard. He was good the last time we saw this side play. Tilliard, a little bit of hesitation, but finally he goes. Kicks out wide. Gets it almost over the top. Nicely picked up over there by number 26 in Evan Sarkissian. Brother Manny also playing today. Now Williamson takes off. 42 goals for the season. So he knows where the big sticks are. Gives it off. And he might get it back here. Little floater over the top. Here's an opportunity. Williamson, he'll get onto his right boot here and he'll snap it. This should be the first goal, but it's not. He gets it out to the right.
Boundary.
Great opportunity. Best chance of the game. And the first score on the board is a minor score as we go down to the boundary.
Interesting to see Williamson lining up on a wing to start off with. He's got Todd Kenny for company there. Bit of a different look down forward for Waverley Blues. They've got Buzzer and Tyson Hale playing as their deepest forwards, and they've got Collins and Baxter Leach. Cassiano.
And just to open up that space too, Jared. Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Yep.
So it'll be Mulgrave. Pardon me, as the ball, a bit croaky there, as the ball goes over the back. It's made its way almost out to the wing position. Blues players screaming for out of bounds on the full. It's not going to be rewarded, so we'll have a boundary throw in.
Some more matchups to keep an eye out. It was Oscar Harding, one of the Waverley Blues' main goal scorers for the year. He's got Baxter Leach for company. And down the other end of the ground, I think the predictable matchup was Adam Booth versus Jack Strongman.
Well, Norwood won the toss apparently and kicked with the 4-goal breeze in the first term in the relegation game in Premier Division. Going after that time, Kenny, one of the favourite sons of the Lions. He picked it up and hit the deck. Just inside the forward 50 here for the Waverley Blues, who currently lead this game by 1 behind. 5 minutes into this first term. Hasn't been the prettiest game so far, but we'll eventually get into it, no doubt. Gervasoni linked up well. Here's Valanis on the right boot. It was a scrambly kick, though. It got smothered off it, and a quick kick back inside forward 50, though, for the Blues this time. They do have the numbers on hands and knees. Harding got the handball away. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square. It drifts across. Couldn't take the mark there. Jackson Collins. And through for 1 behind, and they double their score and they double their lead. They're 2 behind.
Playing with some real intent at the moment, Waverley Blues, BWS. They've really lifted that effort so far in the first 5 minutes. Harding been busy early.
So ball get brought back in by Mulgrave, kicking out towards the wing. Booth was out there, but he couldn't quite get hands on it. Picked up over there, drinking away there was Duck as they go back inside 50. And a good mark taken, that's Rufus. He's been lively early, and he'll go back and line up. And this could be the first goal of the game. Can't really blame the conditions today. It's perfect conditions, probably the best of the season for goal kicking, but the extra pressure of the finals just might come into play.
Yep.
Rufus just throwing the grass up, a la Matthew Lloyd of a few years ago.
Now, next he's got to just pull his shorts up to his nipples.
So here he comes. Chance for the first goal of the game. On his way. Let's see how he goes. There's the kick. He strikes it pretty nicely. And he's missed. He just put it out to the left. So still we await the first goal, a la last week as well. So another point on the board. 2 behinds, plays no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 6.5.
So Collins once again looking for his options. It's nice to see clear blue skies, isn't it? Really pumped for a high-scoring game today, but it's been a slow start. Little handball over the top. Jervisoni, he's had a bit of it early. Spinning around there, Sarkissian. His pirouette. Got the handball away quickly, though. Lease on the right boot, up towards the wing position. Players hit the deck, and a strong tackle that time by Jack Strongman. No pun intended, and we'll have a ball up.
Yeah, the tackling's been really strong in the first few minutes of this game. It has been a bit relentless from both teams.
Little flick there by Curtis. Went nowhere, and stacks on the mill means we'll have another ball up here. Far side of Walker Park. Division 2 qualifying final day. Mulgrave taking on the Waverley Blues, who currently lead this one by 2 points. Gav Casey will be beside himself as it comes out now. Picked up that time there by Miller. He got stripped of the ball. Got the little handball away, running onto it though. This might work out okay for Muhammad. Goes up towards inside forward 50. Bouncing football though. Oh, copying one high, I thought. The umpire said play on. A little bit stiff. I would have thought that time was Hale. Going in over the top. Fresher laid a strong tackle, and we will have another ball up. We're about 40 metres out from the Blues goals.
So up it goes again. Can they get something happening this time? Placed it in the ruck. Might have got the head out that time, but it's coming away with the footy is Mulgrave, so they'll clear their lines for the moment. Long kick to about the middle of the ground. Good mark taken by Booth. So Booth looks around. Hard to believe he's 42 years of age. Extraordinary career he's had. It's a nice kick in and finds a teammate. And Sarkissian of the Evan variety, so he'll go back. He's going to have a crack. He's a long way out, so he'll do pretty well to get this. But the conditions, as I say, are pretty nice. But he's going to have a dig. So Mulgrave let to open their account. Thanks for joining us wherever you might be, on Facebook and YouTube, and of course Radio Eastern 98.1. Here's the kick. Let's watch and see what happens. There's the kick. It's on its way, and there's a bit of a groan from the crowd because it's coming up well short, but it's in the goal square. Oh, high tackle, surely. Had his head ripped off, and that'll be a free kick right out in front. And there's a bit of feeling in this one too. There's a few bodies diving in there. Just getting a bit of how's your father out of the way early. The umpire said, no, come on, fellas, settle down. Let's get out of the boundary, Jared.
Just quickly on that last kick, it held up in the breeze spectacularly. It's almost like it hit a wall.
So there must be more breeze down there than there appears, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So we're just going to wait.
It was a high kick as well, so I think it just got caught at the upper. You know,
Tilliard,
not a meteorologist.
I was going to say we hate to tell you, but there's a big front. No, I'm joking. There's not a front coming at all. So Tilliard on his way. You'd probably back him from here, but I'm not going to say anything. There's the kick. He's got it. The crowd went up pretty early, so Tilliard has the first. And there is the first goal for Mulgrave, and they take the lead 1 straight to 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're up to nearly the 10-minute mark.
Well, it's interesting because Waverley Blues were all over Mulgrave for the first period of the game, but then Mulgrave go forward and they score, and that just was due to the fact that they left their forward line nice and open. Booth pushed up the ground, and in the end, Tilliard gets a goal because he kicked the ball nice and low, didn't kick it too high with this breeze factor. So good start for Mulgrave to get that first one on the board.
Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, that was against the play there. It was only Mulgrave's second inside 50 to 7 of Waverley Blues.
Well, and they've stolen the lead, so it's all about straight kicking at the end of the day. That's what wins matches. So the Waverley Blues will be looking to get the answer here with Playstead going up against Curtis. Rucks fly out. It was a bit of a falcon, though. In the end, it was Playstead who stole the ball out of the ruck, thumped the ball inside forward 50. It's bouncing away that time from Hale. Paint beats all players. Cassiano seeing it over and will have a boundary throw-in 40 metres out from the Blues goal line.
Some good defence there for Mulgrave. Just shoulder across, direct opponent. That's what you want in the final.
And just waiting for a restart here. Umpire to bring the ball back in. Great that finals time, we get the best of the best as far as umpires go. Davidson took it out. His handball was stopped, though. Little quick kick forward for the Waverley Blues. And, well, you just got to play in front in the end, don't you? And that's a smart play. And they've taken a mark about 40 metres out from goal. And we'll have a chance to get that quick reply, which is exactly what we were talking about only moments ago.
Well, it's that lacks a fortune, isn't it? You play in front on a day like this and you get the simple reward, and that's a shot at goal.
Yeah, so it'll be Nathan Buzzer.
Wonder if he's any relation to Wiley Buzzer, who played for Geelong for a couple of years. Could be a brother.
Who cares about Geelong, mate? They couldn't even beat St Kilda last week. As it comes in, Nathan Buzzer, 35 metres out, directly in front, thumps it straight over the goal umpire's head. That was a powerful kick. We know it's only a short arc out here at Walker Park, but that was sensational watching that sail through at post high. Waverley Blues have their first, as does Buzzer, and they've stolen the lead back. So it's a close game out here as expected. 11 make that 12 minutes gone here in the first term on the Eastland match of the round, which is the Division 2 qualifying final. It's Waverley Blues 1-2-8 to Mulgrave 1-6.
That'll give them some confidence, the Waverley Blues, knowing that they can clear the ball from the centre of the ground, get the ball forward and get the quick response, because for a few minutes there, Mulgrave were just starting to wrest the momentum back.
So early shots being fired in the commentary box as well. As the umpire throws it up. Up they go. Playstead gets the hit out. Trying to get hands on it there. I think it was Booth as the ball spills away. Good even game so far, as you would expect in a big final like this. Nice kick out wide, finds a target, and Buzzer, I think again, that is not Buzzer, it's might have been Villanis. So now it comes back inside 50. Who's got the hands on it? All good, strong tackle. The ball spills away. Bit of pressure on here, and eventually the tackle comes in from McNamara, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Boundary.
Down to the boundary with Jared.
That was Bailey Thompson who had the ball just there. Good to see him back after a few weeks out with concussion, suffered in the matchup with Waverley Blues earlier in the year.
So number 27, Miller, got the hit out at that time as they try and work it out of defence here, the Waverley Blues. Tackling is strong on the far side, cries a ball, but
rewarded.
He's paid it. Wow, okay. I was just about to say nothing doing, but the umpires put the whistle in the mouth and he said no, fair enough. So let's watch the replay, and maybe.
But that can set the template for the rest of the day, in that they're not going to tolerate players holding onto the ball for too long when the ball's in dispute.
Fair enough. As long as they're consistent, that's all we ask for. So Austin Dean's kicked 23 goals for season 2024. So he's a good kick usually, and conditions are pretty good, so a chance for him to put this one through and give his side the lead. Here he comes. Kick on its way. How does it look? Strikes it pretty well. He's got it.
Beautiful.
Beautiful kick. The crowd went up, and that's a nice kick from Dean. So he gets number 24 for the season, and it's the Mulgrave side who get them noses in front. It's 2 straight, playing at 1-2-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 13, nearly 14 minutes.
Efficient when they go into 50, Mulgrave at the moment. They're just giving themselves that opportunity to score, really putting pressure on the defence of the Waverley Blues, who have just got to be a little bit tighter in the clinches. They've just got to make sure they've got arm across their direct opponent when the ball comes into 50.
Goal for goal out here at Walker Park. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastland is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. It was a good play there by Holding just to run away from the situation, because it was a gang tackle. Leave it in the arms of Austin Dean, and he puts it straight through the middle. Rucks go at it again. It's the Waverley Blues' turn to get back on the scoreboard, and they get the clearance as well. The driving kick goes up towards the half-forward line. It was looking for Fresher, who got beaten to the ball. Kick goes out towards the wing position. Getting underneath and taking a strong mark was Davidson for the Lions. Just weighing up his options. Short passes on. First quarter in the relegation game, Norwood 6, Berwick 7, so a close one out there at Mullum. As the kick for Mulgrave goes up towards the half-forward line, knocked on beautifully though by Gervasoni. They've got players running, going goalward, pushed it to the right-hand side. And through for their first blemish of today. 15 minutes into this first term, Mulgrave. They move to 2-1-13, a handy 5-point lead. Every point counts, 1-2-8, the Waverley Blues.
And so it's going to be Strongman to bring the ball back in. Good crowd behind the goal. You can see on the shots here if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube. And he unloads one. It's almost gone down the other end. Marked in the middle by Playstead. So this is going to be a fantastic goal if they can finish this off. And that's a terrible kick, but dropped by Collins. He should have taken that. And in the end, they're happy to see it through. That was spectacular.
It went over the centre circle, that
That's
kick.
amazing.
That was Ben Graham all those years ago when he kicked it over the centre. They went out and measured it.
Paul Yaconi in the stat centre.
Clearances are 5 apiece at the moment.
Yeah, it's evened up, hasn't it? It's absolutely.
Well, that's one of the best drop punts I've seen for quite some time, and it goes to show there is a breeze out there. We saw it hold up earlier, and now a chance for Mulgrave. So if Mulgrave can, sustain this lead going into quarter time, it'd be pretty bloody handy. Davidson, short passes on. So plenty of scores coming through this afternoon. Paul Yaconi will keep us across those. He'll be multitasking today. Hope your team wins as you go local for your footy as the ball makes its way out towards the wing position now, and the Blues will try and get a switch on here because making space there was Angus Kramer, and he took the mark and he took off and he thumped the ball to centre half forward. He was looking for Harding, who fell over at the crucial stage. They do have some runners though. The kick goes up towards the forward pocket. It's bouncing away, and we will have a boundary throw in.
Boundary.
Go to Jared Beanland, boundary side.
Waverley Blues clearly cognizant of the breeze. They're trying to make the most of being able to let it affect their field kicking and just get as much territory as possible.
Just a little breezeway finally came through the box and I can breathe again. That's fantastic as a snap around the body goes out and out of bounds on the full right forward pocket.
That one was overuse of the breeze, though.
Well, that's the thing. You got to be really aware, and it's exactly right, Jared. Yep.
I think I'll bring the industrial fans for grand final day. What do you reckon?
That'd be very, very nice.
Big 70-centimetre things.
Especially if we're going to have a couple more people in here as well. It's going to make things pretty tough as Mulgrave get it out of the back line and in the arms of Tom Gladman.
So Gladman puts it onto the boot, drives it down the wing, looking for Booth. Gets up and gets hands to the ball, but he can't take the mark, and it's wrapped up. And the umpire needs Booth there, in fact. So we'll have a ball up. So good contest. This just the 4 points in it. We've had nearly 18 minutes gone, so good tight contest. But here come the Mulgrave side away with the football again. They'll get it forward, and the mark is taken. That's great work. And they'll have an opportunity to extend their lead here, the Mulgrave side, in the hands of number 13 and Thompson. It is Bailey Thompson. We'll go back and line up.
That was really neat footy.
And he's played on, and he's given it to Booth. So he might have thought it was, Spider, it might have been a bit too far out to score, but Booth, the Waverley Blues defence is asleep, and you'd expect Booth in from here.
Well, that was just the experience of Booth. He wasn't even going to be involved, but then he saw the opportunity to go off his player and then get the ball back.
Sloppy defence, so he just went to sleep. So the big man, Adam Booth, this to make it a 10-point lead, getting close to quarter time with this breeze. Here's the kick on its way, listening for the noise behind the goals, and it's pretty good. It's gone through, so Booth gets his first of the day, and that is goal number 2 for the Mulgrave side, and they take the lead 2-3. Waiting for the ball just to tick over. 3-1-19, playing 1-3-9, and we've had nearly 19 minutes in this first term.
But he's giving involvement, Booth. He's moving up the ground, he's giving opportunity, and then he's being clever enough and creative enough to dart back as well. So that's really good footy and good footy smart. So Waverley Blues defenders, they've got to be more awake and aware of what's going on with their direct opponents. That's just sloppy. I'm sure Scotty Savage wouldn't be happy with that.
Paul Yaconi in the stat centre.
I've got a score from Divi 1 in the qualifying final. Mitcham 6-2-38 to South Belgrave 1 behind.
Holy dooly. You wouldn't be expecting that. They came
kicking
out
with the breeze.
Well, they haven't won the game just yet, but here could be the quick answer for Facey to put it through. And he should have done better than that. That was a big miss, and it would have been the perfect answer they were after because, the Mulgrave side have owned the football for the last 5 minutes or so and do have that handy lead. It's still a 9-point lead to Mulgrave. Should have done that, better than that. Disappointed for him, to be honest.
Had more time.
He certainly did. He could have probably got another 5 metres. He just was a little bit rushed. The kick came out. It was taken by Kramer, though. He can switch it away to Hatch. Centre half forward. They're 2 kicks from home. Well, sometimes at Mitcham with a breeze, you could back yourself in here, and it looks like Joel Hatch is going to have a ping. Going to take his absolute very best to put this one through. He winds up. He gets underneath it. He sets sail for goal. What a sensational kick! Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender, the two-finger salute. Well, what a kick that was from inside the centre square. He's put it through, and it's back to a 3-point ball game, Spider.
It's an incredible first quarter. It really is. It's just swayed with momentum. Mulgrave in the last 10 minutes have really put the clamps on the Waverley Blues, but to their credit, the Waverley Blues, they've been able to get clearances at real critical times and an answer when they've really been challenged. So this is really breathing as a really exciting contest in the back end of the first quarter.
So that was really significant to get that one right on the quarter-time break, because Mulgrave have had the better of the game just in the last
It's a bit of a
minutes.
settler, isn't it, Brad?
It is, yep. Going into taking a bit of momentum into the quarter-time break, although we're not there yet, because we've only played 21 minutes, so there could be another 4 or 5 minutes to go.
But it's that red time element that we talk about.
So it's back in the middle, trying to get hands on it over there. No one in particular as the ball spills forward. Mulgrave with an opportunity to go inside 50, and I think there's been a mark over there.
Boothie.
No, is it? Can't quite see.
It's Booth.
It is Booth, yeah, sorry. Players jumping around all over the place. It is Booth again. He's been really good in this first time. There he is, way over there. He's almost in the car park. So I don't think he's going to be able to kick this goal, but he'll...
Nearly tripped over the fence there.
He'll probably try and set it up, or does he back himself in here? It's a long kick.
I think he'll back himself.
Yeah, he's a long way out, but he's going to have a crack. Let's have a look and see how he goes. Comes in, the big man. Hits it pretty well, and it's across the face. Can they get a mark? Oh, they have got a mark. It's been taken brilliantly by Big Sarkissian and the Evan of the Evan variety. So that is fantastic stuff. So I think it was a sort of a half-pie shot set-up kick, but in the end it turned out pretty well for them.
No, he was having a ping. He certainly was having a ping.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But it's in the hands of Evan Sarkissian, and this isn't an easy kick either, but he'll run around, put it on the right boot, and send it straight through. Beautiful kick. So Evan Sarkissian, that's just as the Waverley Blues struck, Mulgrave have hit back immediately, and they get their fourth of the day. It's 4-1-25 to 2-4-16 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 22 minutes.
They've just been so efficient when they go into 50, Mulgrave. Every time they go in, they score. And that is the significant advantage why they've probably got their noses in front at the moment. Every time they go in, something happens, and they're really putting the defence of the Waverley Blues under significant pressure.
So almost 23 minutes tick over here in the Division 2 qualifying final. And it was a bit stagnant for the first 5 minutes, but it's certainly been entertaining football from thereafter as the umpire throws the ball up in the middle. And this time it was Curtis who got the knockdown, but going nowhere. And the umpire will restart it.
Boundary.
And Curtis. Holden's moved into the ruck and goes up against it this time. So Curtis was in there. Ball hits the deck, trying to get out of it. Rufus. Cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Omar Mohammed, who started up forward a little bit, he's moved into the midfield. He's just going to add a little bit of muscle and a little bit of speed as well.
Relatively quiet, Mohammed, after a great game last week as the ball goes backwards and picked up there by Davidson, who had a player out wide in Sarkissian on the right boot, driving along the wing position. Dropped what he should have taken out that time there was McGowan, but had time to poise himself and get the handball back, but the ball's been intercepted and a chance here for the Blues. It might have been a push in the back there on Harding, and the umpire's seen it. So Harding of the Frederick variety on the right boot, pokes it out wide. Well, we've had goal for the last 15 minutes, so we'd expect the Blues to go for it again as the kick goes all the way deep, and it's been marked and played on, and goal. Fantastic play there by the Waverley Blues. No, the crowd went up. Not sure what's happened here.
Bit of pushing and shoving.
Still waiting for
free
it.
Kick, is it?
No, it has been paid a goal. So it's a goal to the Waverley Blues. And everything stopped, and confusion right across the ground. The flags are being waved, and no one even cheered. So, everyone's eyes were elsewhere. That's no doubt about that. So, goal to the Waverley Blues, and they get the answer. 3 points of margin, 4-1-25 to 3-4-22.
I think it was Oscar Harding. Jared, can you confirm that?
I honestly thought it was Rory Kinsella down there, number 39.
Right.
I'm not sure if we can confirm that.
It was a bit hard to tell, but... nonetheless,
Ray Baird, for all we know at this point.
But the key thing to it is for the Waverley Blues is that Mohammed is up the field now and he's into the game. So that's a real.
And they got
they've got another kick. So
in fact, it was Jamison.
So Jamison.
So that's without the ball going back to the middle.
So was that Jamison
from point blank range? Will come in now and kick his second goal.
So that was my mistake, gents. Kramer's on the bench. That was Jamison kicking both of those goals.
Oh my word!
Two goals to Jamison.
pretty
So
rare,
gems.
but that happens every so often. They get that double chance. It's obviously remonstration after that goal was decided.
Yeah, it doesn't happen a lot in footy, that's for sure. It's one of those 1 in a million sort of ones.
Matt Richards would be filthy.
Yeah.
It's not what you want to give up, especially in a final.
Well, it's undisciplined, Paul, and that's the reality. And considering when they've been all over them in the first part of this quarter.
So what a turning point. Suddenly Waverley Blues have their noses in front by 3 points, looking like they were going to be behind, but a double goal for some indiscipline. And as I say, Matt Richards will have a few choice words to say to his troops about discipline as the ball goes out to McGurvin, who's taken. No, he gets it away. It's all a bit untidy, and the umpire's whistle goes, and we'll have a free kick, I think. Going to be paid.
20 minutes into the first term in Premier Division, a relegation game. It's 2-point lead to Berwick.
Ooh.
And I've got a score as well. Sorry, Besto. A score from the second semi-final in Divi 3. Donvale 3-1-19 to Surrey Park 2-3-15.
Oh, okay. Close early as the ball goes up towards the half-forward line. Tackle made, though, and we'll have a stoppage.
Got a text coming through from old mate Father Time at the moment. Quarter time, Noble Park 1-7, Roval 1-4-10. Close game at the Bull Ring.
So ball goes down the other end this time. Waverley Blues, can they pinch another one? This has been a real turning round in this latter stages of this first quarter. As Mulgrave look to be taking the lead in, but that's a double goal, and now they're in with a chance to get another one here. The kick inside from Kramer to full. It might go through. It's bouncing, and it's Jaw. Booth got back. No, it wasn't Booth. It was number 35, and who was that? Number Ruskas it is, who saw it through for a point. But a bit lucky there. They went to sleep a bit, Mulgrave, and they'll bring it back in.
We've got another Premier Division score for you if you want.
Yeah, go for
Premier
it,
Division Women's. Eastern Devils at 1 point versus South Croydon, 2 goals going into the second quarter.
Okay, very good. Big crowd out there at HE Parker watching the girls today. Fantastic duck down there earlier to see a little bit of the presentations from the first grand final. The umpire throws it up very close to the boundary line. Expected it to go over, and it did. So a restart here, 27 and a half gone. 4-point lead to the Waverley Blues, who got a double goal only a few minutes ago. They were trailing by over a goal, and then all of a sudden found themselves in front just in a matter of 30 seconds. And a chance to go further ahead here now. Extended out to 10 as the ball's thrown in. Very close to that boundary line. Coming in over the side. Gervasoni couldn't quite pick it up. Mulgrave, and should be thrown up just inside the line.
It just doesn't feel like they've got control of the game, though, the Waverley Boys. Mulgrave, it feels like it's being played on their terms at the moment, but they're behind on the scoreboard.
By Damien Sully, one of the best in the business. 3 starts this one. Throws it up now, and, let's take 3. Besto, you take over, and let's get a hold of this thing. Paul Yacconi on the Stat Centre while we're at it.
Well, the inside 50s are 14-6 the way of Waverley Blues.
Wow, that's quite deceptive, isn't it? It feels like it's not quite that way, but nonetheless the ball comes in. It's been Muhammad who's chasing it in the middle of the ground, gets his foot to the ball, goes inside 50, but it's not a great kick, and it's going to bounce out in the right forward pocket into the spectators.
Boundary.
As we get into Jared Beanland on the boundary.
Waverley Blues have dropped a couple men back to round out the quarter, both of the Miller boys. Spare men in defence, so that means Mulgrave have got the outnumber up forward.
Yeah, they had to bring that number back. Yeah.
So shutting up shop at the end of the first quarter, which has now been going for nearly 29 minutes. As the umpire sends it in, up they fly. Won by Mulgrave with the head out, and Curtis as the... What's happened here?
Oh, kicked it on the full.
It's gone out on the full, so... We'll have a free kick here, and it's going to go the way of number 17 and Fresher. Nick Fresher. This would be some goal if he could kick this. He's right hard up against the boundary. This would be the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, clubhouse leader.
Hardest pocket on the ground to kick a goal from.
It is. Let's see how he goes. He's strikes it. Let's listen to the crowd behind the goals. Absolutely complete silence, and it goes right across.
We're still listening.
Nothing doing. We're still listening. Yes, we are. And nothing doing there. As he signalled the point. Sorry. So 1 point. So it's gone through. So 30 plays 25, and we're nearly up to 30 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Dying seconds of this first term.
Jared Beanland, boundary side.
Yeah, that was a let-off for Mulgrave, given the fact that they did have the outnumber up forward through the Waverley Blues, dropping 2 back. That you can't give up shots at goal like that when the game is in this state.
So it's a free kick to Mulgrave on the far side. Playstead just, trying to plead his case.
Waverley trying to get Mulgrave to kick down the line here.
He's not going to win that one. There's no doubt about that. It's charging through. There was James, got dispossessed to the footy. Now here's a go. Linking up well. Here's Hale. This way, that way. Can swing around. On the left boot. Kicks it across the face. And another behind for the Waverley Blues. It's 11 scoring shots to 5 at the moment.
They've been inaccurate, Waverley Blues, haven't they?
Well, they haven't punished. They haven't punished the turnover, and that was a turnover that came back with force and should have been capitalised.
31 plays 25, 30 minutes and 30 seconds tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Another score for you. Surrey versus Montrose Div 1 Women's Grand Final, 6 apiece. End of the first quarter.
Lovely. That's out at Quamby?
Quamby Reserve.
Yeah.
Quamby Quarry.
Collins it is, who chips it to
Great
his teammate
out there.
in the back pocket. So just a kick in it at the moment. What a good quarter it's turned into after a little bit of a slow start. Both sides starting to warm into it, and that's a goal, I think. I can't see who kicked it. He slammed it through whoever it was, but out of nothing.
It was Chris Duck who stole it across centre half forward and slammed it on his boot.
Looked to be nothing much going on as the kick came out of defence. If you watch the replay, you'll see that Duck just said, thank you very much, got his hands on it, and bang, he's got it through, and that's even more results for the Waverley Blues as they stretch it out to a 12-point lead, and with 31 minutes gone in this first term.
Well, you have to acknowledge the forward pressure from the Waverley Blues. I mean, the turnover from the defensive part of the ground has been they've paid the ultimate price. So big problem at the moment for Mulgrave. Got to keep the ball out of off the hands of Waverley.
Tackles at the moment 16-9 away of Waverley Blues.
Yeah, been really ferocious. Yeah,
can't be too long left here. No, Alfie Molinaro is the timekeeper today, so we know everything will be running along perfectly. No doubt about that.
I was about to ask the same.
Linking up handball here. Here's a go again for the Blues. They go goalward, pushing it across the face, and that was a little bit too fast. Once again, rushed.
They're
certainly flying at the moment. Yeah, I'm sure something like that's happened.
Don't worry about it. I've sat in AFL press boxes and seen timekeepers panicking.
Yeah, just had to drop that little AFL nugget in, didn't you, Spider?
It's all over him today. Lee Matthews, timekeeper.
No, but it happens at all levels, believe you. Timekeeping, hard yakka.
Mr. Booth comes out from full forward and takes the mark. So, called to play on now. I think both sides have tried to been running out this clock for about 2 minutes now. Seems like they're all in a bit, third gear as the handball goes back in, stolen by Harding, and then it was quickly ripped off him. Kick goes up towards centre half forward for Mulgrave, but now a chance for the Blues to work themselves through the middle. And what they're doing is with the wind, they're using it well, and they're going direct and charging out and spinning around now is Buzzer. Buzzer on the right boot. He was under a bit of pressure. Booth was there, gave a little backhander, but he hit the football, not a face, and over the boundary line she goes through boundary throw in 33 minutes tick over.
But it was good pressure, and we've had a few goals, so you can understand why the time is at that.
If we hit 34 minutes, we'll call for the defibrillator.
We'll make a call to the timekeepers.
I want to know how many medicinals he's got in there.
Plus lots of stoppages.
Over the top. Harding got it away. Kick was smothered by Fresher. Went up and out. It was only 15 metres out from goal as the siren sounds to announce a quarter time. An entertaining first term out here at Walker Park, the home of the Eastern Football Netball League. And at quarter time, it is the Waverley Blues who many times throughout that quarter were trailing but came home with the bacon. 5-8-38 to 4-1-25. So a lead of 13 points. The major goal kicker on the ground was Matty Jamison, who kicked 2 in a matter of moments. Chris Duck, Nathan Buzzer and Joel Hatch are all singles. Whilst they're all singles for the Mulgrave side, Tilliard, Booth, Dean and Sarkisian. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio East and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 quarter down, there's 3 to go, and there's plenty of great games as you go local for your football. Plenty of finals action and Premier Division scores coming your way right after this.
Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency
Football League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 matches.
Walker Park is the venue, Division 2 qualifying final day. It is the Waverley Blues taking on Mulgrave, and the Waverley Blues 5-8-38 lead by 13 points, 4-1-25 Mulgrave. I tell you what, a 13 scoring shot quarter to 5, Spider, sees them only 13 points up. This game could almost be done and dusted if they had a kick straight.
Well, it could have been easily 8-9 goals potentially, but they just couldn't get their scoreboard efficiency on the to reflect that. But I think for the Waverley Blues, they really worked hard, particularly in that last 10 minutes of the quarter, to get the ball moving. And when they got those repeat entries going, Mulgrave did try to put their numbers back behind the ball, but then there was just those critical turnovers where the ball was coming back, and they were put under so much pressure, and then in the end they got a couple of those goals. So this quarter, Waverley Blues, they'll need to put some effort in behind the ball and really defend as hard as they can, which we spoke about at the start of the game. But Mulgrave, in saying that on the flip side, would be really happy with the way the scoreboard is at the moment. It gives them a chance with something to work with. Just need to tidy up in the middle part of the area of the ground.
Good stuff. Paul Yaconi on the Stat Centre and around the grounds today.
Yeah, so they really dominated up forward in that first quarter, Waverley Blues, and they really could have been further in front. I've got some scores from around the ground. So in Premier Division, Bolwyn lead by 4 points, 3-4-22 to over Blackburn 3 straight 18. Vermont's lead 5-1-31 over East Ringwood 4-3-27. Rowville lead 1-4-10 over Noble Park 1-4-7. In the relegation off, Berwick lead 2-3-15 over Norwood 2-1-13.
No quarter time score coming through from Brash, just updated 3-1-19 Norwood. Lead by 4 points a quarter time over Berwick, who kick with the breeze in the second term.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
I've got coach of Mulgrave, Matt Richards. Matt, were you lads a little bit nervous in that quarter?
Oh, look, we started well, and then all of a sudden we brought panic into our game, which we just didn't need to do. So that might be, lack of finals experience, maybe, I don't know. But we can get that composure now. We're not a young group. We've got a lot of spread of age. So I'm confident now we can reset and start this quarter how we started that game.
And I heard you talk about not getting sucked into playing to the breeze too much, keep playing your style. How will that translate onto the field?
Well, just like we played that way, lowering our wides and hitting up our forwards, we want to continue to do that.
Excellent. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Interesting point. Just being able to hit up your targets and not blaze. You've got to make sure that you spot that target up using your vision and using all areas and angles of your forward line setup. Really important.
Any more scores around the grounds, Paul Yaconi?
So in the other Premier Division score, Donny East 6-137 over South Croydon 3-5-23.
My tips are looking all right, Pesto.
A long way to go.
Not that I picked them.
In the qualifying final in Divi 1, Mitcham 6-2-38 to South Belgrave 1-2-8. In Divi 3,
go the Tigers.
Stonvale 5-2-32 over Surrey Park 2-3-15, and in Divi 4 it is Scoresby 2-8-20 over Churnside Park 1-4-10.
Second quarter underway, Besto.
Could be over as well.
So up it goes, and we'll have a secondary ball up, as everyone knows. In fact, we won't have a secondary ball up. The ball came out. I thought it was all wrapped up.
Free kick.
Free kick, in fact, has been paid. So opportunity for an early inside 50 for the Waverley Blues. There's the ball bouncing around, taken over there by number 14 and facing it. He's taken to the ground. That boy says we'll have a ball up. So thanks for joining us wherever you are, Facebook and YouTube or Radio Eastern 98.1. Glorious day out here at Walker Park, and excellent conditions, albeit a little bit breezy. As Playstick gets it out of the ruck, ball goes forward, trying to get hands on it there. No one, in fact, we've just dived on the footy, and we'll have another stoppage.
Yeah, interesting to see how Waverley boys react this quarter with the with the breeze.
So up it goes again. It's about the third hit out and a stoppage at least in the last sort of 30 seconds. Rufus takes it off the tap by Playstead, but he's wrapped up, and we'll have another ball up. This will be 4. We may not move out of this part of the ground. There's another head out as the ball is scrambled forward. Can someone get on the end of it? It's an awkward bounce. Rufus is there again, but it eludes him, and that might be a high. In fact, it's holding the ball. Good tackle, and it's going to go the way of Mulgrave, so they do well to get out of it, and they'll take the free kick and get out of jail.
25.
25-metre penalty to boot as well. A little bit of back chat there. It happens. Frustration gets the better of us sometimes. So Collins moves out to a decent position and kicks out to the wing where Sarkisian gets underneath it and takes the mark. Kicked a goal in the first quarter. Six pokes it over the top. They've linked up well here, the Lions. Kick goes inside forward 50 and coming out and taking a strong mark there, Tommy McGowan. You'd have to back yourself in from here. He's inside the arc, Spider. You've got to have a shot.
Well, you would have to back yourself, and that's exactly what Matt Richards talked about just a couple of moments ago, lifting your vision and really looking to where you want to kick it into that space.
So he's on the far side here at Walker Park. He'll kick from about 45 metres. He's on the boundary, but the wind will work this one back. But it's a difficult one for a left footer. He gets underneath it. He kicks it very high. It is coming back as well, but not far enough. Booth got hands to it, but not lucky enough to take the mark there. Minor score is the result. 2.5 minutes gone here in this second term. It's back to a 2-goal ball game. Waverley Blues to bring it in.
So a decent attempt, but nonetheless,
Belgrave have kicked 11 behinds to Mitcham 7-2-44. So I don't know if they've got the arc down there, but yeah. So
it's the Arctic breeze.
What are you saying? You don't believe it, Paul? Or?
So ball bouncing around in the goal square here as they try and get hands on it. Mulgrave hanging on for grim death. Fresher picks it up, and in the end they scramble it through for a point. And another point to the score, to the total. So 51 plays 27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
In the relegation game, Berwick lead 4-4-28 over Norwood 3-1-19. Oh, that's in the back.
And that's going to be a free kick, and it's been given away by, let's just have a look and see. Player is injured.
No, I think the umpire's taken it.
The umpire said we'll just have a ball up. Player on the ground was a bit injured there, but nonetheless.
By throws it up now, a little backhander. They're deep in the forward line. Mulgrave, Waverley Blues, I should say. I'm trying to get it out of that danger zone. Free kick's been paid, going to the Blues, and it's going the way of Kinsella, who we heard Spider talk about only moments ago, an important player in the makeup of this side, and he's almost in the grandstand as he kicks this one. He's right on the fence.
Can't even see him.
He's about 40 metres out. If you're watching the vision, you cannot
away,
see him at the moment. He's behind the gazebo. He steps out now. Snap around the body. Has it got enough curl? It didn't have the purchase. It had the curl. And through it goes for one behind. Another one ticks over. I'll be spewing how many points they've kicked, but they're certainly holding strong in this game, and they lead 53-27.
Waverley Blues are leading the inside 50s this quarter 7-2. They're just locking it in there
Yeah,
at the moment.
and they're replicating. So when they get in, they get the repeat entries. So that's really important for them.
So Mulgrave out towards the wing, and they do get it forward to around about the half-forward line this time. And there's going to be a stoppage, so that's not a bad result.
Got a score from Divi 3, Donvale 6-4-40 to Surrey Park 3-4-22.
Ooh, still quite close. So up it goes. You feel like Mulgrave really need the next one. They probably need the next two. 25-point lead at the moment as the umpire sees play on. The ball comes out in the hands of Waverley Blues. And here they come forward through number 19 in Hale. Gets a ball away and out to another Hale on the other side, his brother. And they'll work it forward. Play on says the umpire far side of the ground as Rufus is taken to deck. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Just got to lift their work rate, Mulgrave. They're not working hard enough around the ball. And when they do, they turn the ball over.
So you can see the scoreboard in the background if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube. 26 points is the margin. So it's a very dangerous time for Mulgrave. They need the next couple, and they need them quite quickly as the ball is bouncing around awkwardly. You can just see around the footy that Mulgrave certainly just struggling to get their hands on it as we go down to Jared on the boundary.
Work rate's an interesting point because I recall that was the issue in the first half of Mulgrave's game against Waverley Blues earlier in this year.
Yeah.
But they don't have Lin Jong is the one difference. They don't have Lin Jong around the stoppages this
time. Well, it's
time.
the physicality that he provides, Jared, and that's the area they're falling down.
So ball into the goal square, but they may get it out, Mulgrave. They may well be coming to know. In fact, they've got hands on it, so they're going to be able to clear the danger for the moment. But just a bit of a nothing kick up the line. Straight to the hands there of number 23 in Harding, and they'll work it forward again. Ball's been turned over, though, and here's a chance for Mulgrave. Can they go inside 50? Booth is there. He's appealing for the free kick, but nothing given. Fresher fumbles. They're under pressure for the first time in a while.
He was being held then, Booth.
And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
A little bit unlucky.
But some good team defence from the Waverley Blues there. BWS, though. They all got their numbers back.
100%, and they did it quickly, too. As the umpire throws it up, Booth stole it out of the ruck, tried to barge his way through, got the quick handball away. It was a hot football as we go to Jared.
That's the other thing that I've been impressed with the Waverley Blues is just their team defence down the line. The repeat stoppages help them set up, but their setup itself has been impressive.
Well, Damien Sully throws the ball up as I yawn away. We need to get this game kicking along, I reckon.
You're yawning because Ray texts you at 2:30 in the morning. All of us. I'm still recovering.
You know the ball's in exactly the same place as where I yawned last week.
Comes out now, running onto a Gervasoni. Goes, go on! Fantastic play! Just had to get Boot to ball, and he did just that. He's a class act, and just in the nick of time, when just what the doctor ordered, Matt Spider-Lee, they edge back to 20 points.
They do. They needed that one. I mean, that was just an essential part of the game. They needed to, and critical. So they've got one back, but they need to get another one back to justify their existence in this game. It's a real important time for them, but that's a good step in the right direction. Need to get this next centre clearance.
Every time there's a goal, there seems to be a bit of a scuffle afterwards, which there's a lot of feeling in this game.
Yeah, it's been very hot in the kitchen.
Is it, Jared, who's initiating most of the stuff? Is it Mulgrave down there, or is it a bit of a combination?
It's a little bit hard to tell, but there does seem to be a couple of players that are commonly there, perhaps Thompson and McGowan.
Well, I think it's they're getting in their face. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah. They're trying to put the Waverley Blues off their game.
Yeah. Well, they need to. It's not really working for them. They need to stay on the game.
It's undisciplined.
Well, that's right. It's actually costing them as they slap it out of the ruck into the hands there of the Waverley Blues, and they'll bring it out off half back. There's the kick forward to about half forward. In fact, probably a bit further. Ball knocked down there, and who's got their hands on it there? In fact, it's going to be Fresher. He's going to send it back across the other side of the ground. Nice handball out there wide. In fact, it's not a nice handball. It's a shocker. Over there now is Buzz. He's got a bit of work to do, and he gives it off to a teammate, and they'll go back inside 50 again, and the markers. It's been taken. It has. Is that Williamson? We'll wait till he gets up because we can't see. He's laying on his back at the moment. And it's number 18 in Muhammad, so Omar Muhammad. He might have taken a hit too because he looks a bit sore as he gets to his feet. As the trainer's just out on the ground, but he's going to go back and take this kick. So once again, Mulgrave just not being able to clear their lines, and they turn it over, and it's costing them big time. So Omar Muhammad is going to go back and look for his first of the day. So thanks for joining us wherever you are, Facebook and YouTube. Great to have your company on a bright sunny day out here at Walker Park in Mitcham, and of course 98.1 Radio Eastern. Here's Omar Muhammad. Steps in. Here's the kick just off a couple of paces, and I think he's missed it. He has. It's another wasted opportunity as the ball goes through. This game could have been over, but another wasted opportunity for the Waverley Blues. Another behind, and it's 7-12-54 to 5-3-33. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 16 minutes in the second quarter.
Hawthorn are winning by 112 points against North Melbourne. They're going to take some stopping, I tell you what, the Hawks, the AFL. Paul Coney.
Got some Premier Division scores. Blackburn, we'll go inside 50 first, and then I'll...
No, keep going.
Okay, so Blackburn lead 6-1-37 over Bolwyn 3-4-22, and Donny East lead 9-1-55 over South Croydon 4-9-33. So at the moment, Blackburn are fourth, and South Croydon are out of the 5.
Yeah, right. As the kick goes out wide. Love a live ladder situation. We certainly love those type of games, don't we, Leroy? As the kick goes from the Waverley Blues inside forward 50, it sits up in the breeze. Which way is it going to fall? They've got the numbers though. The Lions at the fall of the ball. So slamming a kick out towards the wing position, just looking for that position A, looking for touch out of that danger zone. A bouncing favourably, though, for the Lions. Handball over the top, Davidson. He had a runner in McGivern in there. It just didn't work for him at wrong end. And now Ryan McNamara through the middle of the ground, kicks the ball up towards the half-forward line. Just when you thought it would fall short, it went even further. Over the top, Muhammad's in there. He can't release the pill, and we'll have a ball up centre-half forward for the Waverley Blues, who currently lead this game by 21 points, 17 and a half gone.
So umpire to throw it up just outside 50. Placestead's getting held quite badly there, but the umpire says nothing doing. It's taken there by Meyer, who nearly got his head taken off. A couple of free kicks that weren't paid. Now it's Rufus who gets it inside 50 to the hot spot. Can they get a mark? Given off there, but the ball goes to grounds, and there's a cry for holding the ball. It was Fresher who got tackled, but the umpires, he's put the whistle away in this.
Well, it was one cry.
Well, it was a fairly loud one. As the ball goes out. It was a loud one. Cassidy on the far side of the ground. Shut up. down to about a half forward. So it's going to be the Waverley Blues.
Oh.
He slipped over. There was almost a case for a high tackle, but he did slip into it, the player. So floats one in the middle of the ground to Rufus. Rufus will hoist it forward to around about half forward, bouncing over there. Can they get it? Oh, nicely gathered in over there by Duck. So Duck decides to just hook it back inside 50, looking for some of the big men. Where's Williamson? Nowhere to be seen, and that's not a great kick, in fact, and it's gone out of bounds in the forward pocket. And we'll have a...
boundary.
In fact, it's a free kick over there as we add into Jared on the boundary.
Yeah, Duck's really good at that. He's very good at scooping the ball up. I noticed that a little bit in the game earlier this year. I suspect he might have webbed fingers.
Oh, I don't know about that joke. You're usually pretty good, though. We'll let that one slide. Paul Coney, the Stat Centre.
Yeah, Waverley Blues are spanking Mulgrave on the clearances. It's 8-2 this quarter.
Oh, they've been very naughty. So as the ball comes in, copping a spanking, according to Paul Coney. as they've got players out wide as they win the free kick. Jamison is the recipient. He made good space in the centre square, dropped the mark, and then ran into it. Strong tackle by Davidson. The umpires rewarded him as well. Ball scoots out. They want to keep this ball moving because they have players further afield. And the kick goes up in that direction. To work a fair way down there was James McGivern. Pokes it a little bit forward. So they're doing it smartly, taking their time at the moment. The mark's been taken by Thompson, who drives the ball inside forward 50, looking for Booth. The sun got in his eyes. He picked it up, and he kicked the goal, Boothie. Well, they named a bar after him down at the home club, and now he's kicked a goal in a final, a critical one as well. Matt Spiderleen, a couple in a row now for the Lions. Just what they needed, back to 15 points.
Well, that's it. We talked about how they needed to get consecutive goals, and look, they still give themselves a chance, and particularly in the conditions. So, and they moved the ball. That was good ball movement in the end. And then Booth, he had the sun in his eyes, but he did so well to recover. Just the way his ability to be able to cave his body around and then be able to curl the ball back. That was brilliant.
Something to point out as well. Mulgrave have only had 11 inside 50s
for the whole
so
game.
far. 11, but yet they've scored 9 times.
That's
so
what,
every
the
time they've been in there, that's what's keeping them in this game so far.
That's why they're in it, absolutely.
Great stat, that one, Paul, as the ball is in the restart, and it's been taken there by Williamson. He's wrapped up that goal, brings it back to 15 points. So they're hanging around Mulgrave. We've had, in fact, we're just into time on in this second term. That's a free kick, the umpire says. A little bit of pushing and shoving there. Didn't look to be too much in it, but it might have been high. Either or, it's a free kick.
But it's the stoppage work that's the concern.
So if they can get another one here.
Well, they're going inside 50. It's a Monty, isn't it?
So there's the kick forwards about beautifully cut off over there. Great work by Miller. The intercept mark taken, but they've turned it over. Or have they? No, the umpire says we'll have a ball up. But it's still inside 50, so if they can win this hit out.
Noble Park lead by 5 points at half-time over Rowville.
Go the Bulls.
Text coming in through from Ray Baird. Also out at Mullum, we've got a updated score, 17-point lead to Berwick over Norwood in the second.
So Waverley Blues to bring it out of defence. Quick hands there from Harding. Gets it down the line into the middle of the ground. No one really being able to get hands on it at the moment. It's just poked forward there. That was clever play. It's going to sit up too for Meyer over there on the far side. He's got plenty of room. And he goes down the line trying to find a teammate, and he does really well too. Great. Kramer, they play on quickly. They've turned it over, I think. In fact, they have, so a little bit lucky there because that was looking dangerous. In the hands now of Curtis, who brings it out. Here's a chance for a late one here. They need to get it moving. Into the hands there of McGowan on the far side. He gets his kick forward. Trying to hit a target up. They fly. The big men were there. Number 17 and Dean couldn't get hands on it. Still there, though. They deal with a stoppage. Would be okay. There's a snap at goal, but it's missed as the ball did come out. So another opportunity goes begging.
Well, Booth, just on that, Booth was it was a 1-on-4 situation, and Booth stood out to the side thinking the sun was going to get in everyone's eyes, and that's exactly what it did. Then he came in, and they could have stolen a goal there. Let's go to Jared Beanland, boundary side.
He's so wily, isn't he, Adam Booth? But I've noticed Mulgrave's pressure has definitely ramped up. They've been able to disrupt Waverley Blues' run in these past 5 minutes.
Well, the kick went towards the Playstead direction. It was scooped upon by Kinsella. They were against the numbers there, the Blues, but they've won the football, and they kick it forward now up towards centre half forward. It's a bouncing footy just inside the centre square here. Stacks on the mill. We'll have a ball up. Paul, you can hear.
I've got a score from Tormore Reserve in the Divi 1 qualifying final. It is Mitcham 9-2-56 to South Belgrave 12 behinds.
Holy moly. Game's almost done and dusted, you would say. It's a little pirouette there, so the handball go towards the Kramer direction, who won the ball. He got the handball away to Harding. Harding on the right boot, drives it forward. It sits up in the breeze, and it's set up in the breeze perfectly with Miller in the front spot. Takes it on his chest in the end, right in the bread basket, and he'll go back and have a ping from 30 out directly in front.
Yeah, some good opportunity there, some good play. Now can they capitalise and get this critical goal?
Yet to trouble the scoreboard. Miller, he'll come in now on that loping left foot. He gets close to the man on the mark. That doesn't matter, though, because he kicked it straight through the middle. And the Waverley Blues brethren breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief because they needed that one after Mulgrave have been inching closer for the last 10 to 12 minutes. That's that one that just broke that run. So Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows 24 minutes gone here in the second term of the qualifying final. It's back to a 20-point lead to Waverley.
Yeah, when you're kicking against the breeze, you always when you get one, you always feel a little bit more relieved, that's for sure, knowing that you can, you go in with a little bit more of a buffer going into half-time. So real critical 5 minutes for them. If they could sneak another one, gee, that would really throw a spanner in the works for Mulgrave going into half-time. They really need to respond here.
So the margin is 20 points. It feels like it should be more, but they're hanging around Mulgrave somehow as the ball out of the middle is just going to be wrapped up. And we'll have a secondary ball up, down to Paul.
Got a half-time score in the Divi 3 second semi-final. It's Donvale 7-4-46 to Surrey Park 4-6-30.
Ooh, interesting result there, or interesting score, should I say, as we get probably another stoppage as the ball is almost in the middle of the ground on a sun-drenched Walker Park. And so up it goes again. Still time for Mulgrave to find a late one here, as it's one out of the ruck there by Curtis. He punches it forward. And they'll get it forward too. They might have an opportunity here. One-on-one contest. Mark was almost taken there by Thompson, but he couldn't quite take it. Over there on the far side, close to the boundary, and it's over. So they're at the right end of the grounds. 25 minutes gone, so maybe a couple of minutes left.
Maybe 8 going by the first quarter.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that was. I think it was a.
Someone came up through on the staircase at quarter time and went, "Where's the timekeeper's box?" So
someone's not happy as the ball is just around about the 50-metre arc, and they'll wrap it up. And the umpire says we'll come in and we'll have a ball up.
It doesn't feel like we've had as many stoppages this quarter though. So
you're spot on there. It's a little flick over the back there by Curtis, picked up by Muhammad, who's coming to this game nicely. Kicks out towards the wing position, getting down low, dropping. What he should have taken there was Thompson. Now a chance for the Blues to go forward. Wrapped up in there was Meyer, and the umpire said he was dunked. So Tilliard a little bit filthy on that one, but Meyer kicked a goal already. There are probably 3 kicks from home at this stage, given the breeze. As a kick goes inside forward 50, that was just absolutely perfect. Lace out. It was a little bit unforgivable as well because Oscar Harding was just out, probably had every bit of 5 minutes on his opponent, 5 metres, and almost 5 minutes as well. No one was in front of him, so he basically walked into that one. It's going to take every bit of his best efforts, though, because he's going to kick from 45, and he's kicking into the breeze.
It's all about time and space.
Harding,
scenario.
Yeah, makes his approach now. Give himself much of a run-up. It's almost a standing start. What a kick that is! Fantastic goal. He only had about 4 steps just to poke that 50 metres, and it went through at a good height too, against the breeze. And all the Waverley Blues, just when Mulgrave worked themselves back into this contest, the Blues are going to go into half-time with a very handy lead. It's back out to 26.
As we just mentioned, when you kick a couple of goals against the breeze, it really makes you feel flat if you're a Mulgrave person at the moment. You'd just be really scratching your head, wondering what the quarter may have been if you could get a few more clearances.
So 27 minutes gone in this term, so there can't be a lot of time remaining, you wouldn't think, as the umpire sends it aloft again.
The more you say it won't ring.
So Curtis, it was who won the head out, and we'll have a secondary ball up. Surely we can't have a long quarter like we did. There it is, there's the side. So right on cue was the umpire's, he's still got his hand in there, it's all over umpire. So that is it for the second term, and the Waverley Blues into control. They lead 9-12, 66 to 6-4, 40. Goal kickers for the Waverley Blues. There's been just the one multiple goal kicker. That was Jamison. Singles to Duck, Miller, Buzzer, Facey, also Hatch and Meyer. And for Mulgrave, they've had no multiple. In fact, they have had one multiple goal kicker, and both he's kicked 2. Tilliard's got 1, Giovasoni's got 1, Dean and Sarkisian. So, ball to play for in the final couple of...
How did you see that second quarter pan out, Spider, as we're just going to hold off going to a break for a little bit?
Look, I just thought Waverley Blues, particularly in the second part of that term, when it looked like Mulgrave were threatening to get back into the contest, they really stepped up their pressure once more, particularly in the middle part of the ground. And they were able to get the ball moving once again against the breeze into their forward line. And they spotted up their targets and they really ran into that time and space. And they just give their forwards so many opportunities to score. I mean, fundamentally, for Mulgrave, you've got to be better defensively, but you've got to be more accountable in the middle part of the ground. You can't just let the ball just be waltzed out of the middle like it has been throughout the course of, particularly in that second term. I just think there's so many areas for Mulgrave that they need to address just to get their structure and their method back, because they're not physically working hard enough. particularly when they haven't got the ball, but when they've got the ball, they're not doing enough to be creative enough to move the ball forward with any purpose at all. Like there's been a couple of solo efforts by Booth, kicked that remarkable goal. And there's a couple of those goals that keep them in the game. But it's just those other little areas where they're not doing things around the contest, and that's where they're falling down. And that's why the Waverley Blues are 26 points up at this point in time and could be even further up. It feels like they're further up. It really does. They're dominating the game around all aspects of it. They're really making Mulgrave they're making them make silly mistakes, turnovers. And they're really ensuring that they just put continued tackling pressure on them, and they're accountable for what they're doing.
So great to have you here. We're going to have a break now here on 98.1 Radio Eastern and at YouTube and Facebook. It's half-time at Walker Park. We'll be back with all those important around-the-ground scores, other finals, final matches, right after this.
Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community co-ops and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Turban Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Turban Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sports. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.
Welcome back to Walker Park. It's Division 2 finals time. This is the qualifying final between the Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. Thank you so much for joining us on Eastern 98.1 or the YouTube and Facebook streams. Currently, it is half-time. Waverley Blues are up 9-12-66 to Mulgrave 6-4-40. So, looking at this one, gents, my name's Jared Beanland. I've got Spider and Paul alongside me for this halftime show. Spider, it's been a bit disappointing for Mulgrave. I think the work around the contest, some of their decision making, there's quite a few things for them to work on at halftime. What do you think Matt Richards is going to be focusing on the most?
Well, I think for me, you've got to look at the work rate, and in particular, the way that they're working. They're not physically working hard enough for long enough. They're just not creating opportunities for themselves. Look, they've been smashed in the middle of the ground, clearance-wise. The statistics really they say that. I mean, the evidence is clearly there. And then when they haven't got the ball, they're not defending the ground properly enough with any purpose. And then when they go forward, they're not using the ball with any method. So their system is breaking down. And when they do go in, there's so many defenders hanging off Booth. Right, he can't do it all himself. As good a player as he is and has been for such a long period of time, yes, he kicked that remarkable goal just before the half-time break, and they got a couple of goals, but you've got to be able to hit up other targets to him and get him off the chain a little bit as well. Other players have to be at his feet. They've all got to be able to chip in, and they've just got to be able to. They've got to work better when they've got the ball and move the ball with a lot more purpose and polish. And they're turning the ball over, and that's been self-evident in this first half. The turnover game has really hurt them back the other way on the scoreboard because of the repeat entries that Waverley Blues are able to exert and put that pressure on them. When the ball is in their forward line, they are just getting a heap of it. They're taking the territory, the Waverley Blues, and they're utilising it. And that's why they are fundamentally winning this game. And Scott Savage would be really happy with the way the game's moving at the moment.
Indeed. Well, some of the stats that matter, Paul. What have you got there for us? So heard some interesting stats from you during the call.
The clearances at the moment, Waverley Blues are all over Mulgrave. The 21-90. Inside 50 marks are 6 apiece. Intercept marks are 4 to zip the way of Waverley Blues. The tackles 26-20 in favour of Waverley Blues. The inside 50s are 34-13 in favour of Waverley Blues, and the free kicks are 9-8 in favour of Mulgrave.
One of the big things for me is Mulgrave's efficiency.
The
Going
efficiency
forward.
yeah.
That's the one thing that's letting them hang around in the match. Spider,
but they've got to be careful they don't have the dump kick and the shallow kick. So you can dump kick it, but when you're dump kicking it, you're dump kicking it on Booth's head.
Yeah,
right, all the time. It's just too predictable.
Well,
and it's easy to defend.
The thing is, they do, as you mentioned before, they do need other options. I think McGowan and Bailey Thompson, they need to be working a little bit harder to find some space.
Not.
Yeah, indeed.
And they need to get it in there more, because 13 inside 50s is not going to win you a game.
No, it's not going to. Not a final like this game, and not the way that the Waverley Blues are transitioning the ball in this game. Like they just are thrashing them off turnover, and that's why they're being hurt on the scoreboard the other way.
And it starts at the source, of course, with the clearances, and I think that's one of the main things that I'll be keeping an eye on throughout the third quarter. That was where Mulgrave were able to turn things around in their previous game against the Blues, but it just looks a little less likely now.
Well, they don't have the physical presence of a Lin Jong, do they? And they don't have the experience of a Fletcher Roberts to swing to the other end, to give them something a little bit different. So they're limited in terms of flipping the magnets. So they have to really come up with a method that what do they go back to? Well, you've got to go back to your work rate. Everyone's got to lift their work rate collectively across the board, because you've got to pick up that 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% each, right? Because that's how the work will get done. So they've got to really have a look at getting their hands on the ball first throughout the middle of the ground, and starting to make the clearances their main priority, because at the moment, at the source, they're just getting thrashed. They're just not. They're being shown up and not working hard enough. And I've just been really impressed with the way the Waverley Blues have, moved the ball. They've transitioned the ball with a lot of purpose from the middle of the ground. And when they've had to do it from the defensive part of the ground, their chains have been so much more, more efficient, and they've connected a lot better.
Yeah. Teams running back onto the ground right now. Quick tips for the rest of the game, gents?
Waverley Blues are winning this game, and I think they can actually increase this margin out. I think they're potentially a 6, 7, 8 goal better team on the scoreboard, and I just find it hard for Mulgrave to turn this ship around in this contest.
And Paul?
Well, I tipped Mulgrave pet pre-game, but I think I'm going to go Waverley Blues here.
Thank you very
Yourself,
much,
Jared?
I've got Waverley Blues to win this, to run this one out. I reckon 5 goals or so. Thank you very much for joining us for the halftime show. We'll be bringing back the call team after this break.
Good stuff.
Trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Genes that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community co-ops and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, ybw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates.
Players are back on the ground, and Walker Park is the venue today for the Division 2 qualifying final, and it's been a great first half by the Waverley Blues, who in a way look like they should be a little bit further in front. They currently lead by 26 points, with its 21 scoring shots to 10 as it stands now. 9-12, 66-6, 4-40. Major goal kicker on the ground. Well, there's one for each side. Matt Jamison, who kicked 2 goals in a matter of seconds because he got the double goal in that first quarter. He's got 2. Big man Booth, he has 2 goals as well. He's doing his bit up forward, but it's going to be a tough ask for Mulgrave against the breeze. So we saw how much the Waverley Blues were able to put some scoreboard pressure on in that first term. Will they be able to continue on? When we were out at this, watched this game earlier on in the season, it was Waverley Blues leading by about a similar margin going into the third quarter, and then all of a sudden Mulgrave kept chipping away, and they ended up stealing that game. That will be a message that they will have heard from Matt Richards in the rooms at half-time, Spider, the fact that they've done this before and come from this position before.
Well, you still got to have that self-belief that you can win the game, absolutely, and that message will be mentioned, but I think fundamentally they've just got to address their work rate, and they've got to lift that intensity about them, because at the moment this has been beaten around the source really badly, and they haven't defended well enough for long enough. And when the pressure's been on, they haven't been able to keep the ball in their forward line for long periods of time.
Umpire Damien Sully holds the ball aloft, and Brett Beston to take us away for the second half.
So still plenty of pushing and shoving, as there has been for much of the game. There's been plenty of feeling in this one as the umpire throws it up. Nicely won by Curtis out of the ruck. Straight back into the contest. And the umpire says we'll have a secondary stoppage. One man who hasn't really done a heck of a lot today has been Tom McGowan, so he's another one that needs to lift.
And we said he had to step up.
If they are to get back into this game, Mulgrave, as they win the head out once again. Ball bouncing around, hooked forward there by number 23 and Harding. Almost inside 50, Fraser chasing it towards the boundary. They'll probably be happy with the stoppage. It's still in over there. Picked up eventually, and that'll be wrapped up, and we'll have a stoppage in the forward pocket.
They're big holes to have when you've got Fletcher Robertson, Jong out of the side.
So it makes a big difference for players of that class not playing. So 26 points gone, as they told us, well, at least Matt Richards told us pre-game they both will come back in the next week or two. So win, lose or draw, of course, Mulgrave will get another crack next week and they'll have both those guys back. So that'll be quite a big, important thing for them. But they've got a free kick for the meantime, which they'll be able to bring it out of defence.
And they'll do just that. And the kick goes out towards the Playstead direction, who had to fly over the back and force the stoppage. Over the boundary line she goes.
Yeah, good defensive spoil there.
See all the supporters with their arms up today. It's certainly a day for caps and banana boat.
And sunscreen.
So the umpire to bring the ball back in. An interesting throw-in action. It was a good one, but it just looked odd. As a quick kick up. Just ignore me. As the kick goes up towards centre half forward, flying and not taking the mark there was Hale. Ball hits the deck, picked up there by Thompson. Got the little handball over the top. Nobody's home though for the Mulgrave side, and the Blues have the numbers and barging their way through the middle of the ground up towards centre half forward. Harding got a timely hand on it. Going in after it there though was James. He couldn't quite trap the ball in over the top of him. Harding came again. They've got the numbers. Myers got the handball out wide. Streaming forward there. The kick by Strongman goes up towards the top of the square. It might go all the way. Well, the Breeze just got a hold of that one, and it sailed and it went through. Fantastic goal by the Waverley Blues to open their account in this third term, I should say. And, well, when you kick goals like that, going to take some stopping. 10-12, 72 to 6-4, 40.
In particular, when you give the inside area of the corridor to BWS, when the ball was turned over and it comes back into that dangerous part of the ground here, Mitcham on a small ground, and you run the ball in, you just have a shot. And in that scenario, they've been able to post an early goal, and that's what they wanted.
Paul Uconi at the Stats Centre.
In the battle for survival in Premier Division, Berwick lead 5-7-37 over Norwood 4-1-25.
Ooh, a couple of kicks in there.
Brash has called that game over as well, to be honest.
It's a bit early. So ball goes forward to around about the half-forward line. Mulgrave, they'll hook it forward.
He's rarely wrong, though.
Awkward bounce he is. He's pretty astute. And
is he related to the Oracle?
Because is he the Oracle, though? That's the thing.
No, he might have a brother.
No one knows.
We haven't established that, have we? No. So there's a bit of pushing and shoving again as the ball is out of bounds in that right forward pocket.
I would have thought Brash's percentage of tipping winners would be better than 66%, though.
Yeah, that's true. Fair point. So
lift your game, Bolker Master.
Umpire to throw it in. It's on the ground. Trying to pick it up there was one of the Waverley Blues players, but the umpire says no, we'll have another stoppage. So 72 plays 40, 32 points. It's at almost the point of no return now for Mulgrave. They need a couple of goals. They need them quite quickly as Playstead gets the hit out. Mulgrave with their hands on the football, and that's gone out of bounds again. So we're just going nowhere in this portion of play, which is not doing a lot of good for Mulgrave.
Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Some more Premier Division scores. Blackburn 10-2-62 over Bowen 6-4-40, and Donny East 10-2-62 over South Croydon 5-11-41.
I'll tell you what. It's going to be an interesting last quarter watching those scores come through. Lace goes inside forward 50, Booth out in front. And that's exactly what you need. The big man, he's probably a bit too far out to score, and he was just that. He poked it forward, but it just held up, and Playstead ran into one of the easiest of marks that you could take. There's the kick now, goes to the goal square. They're putting themselves under pressure here, the Blues. That was a hospital handball. The umpire said it was okay. They're very, very lucky to get themselves out of that one because he sort of just walked into the tackle there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
I thought that would have been paid. Booth got the fist on it. Where's it going? It's going nowhere. 15. Make it 20 metres out from the Mulgrave goal line, currently trailing by 32 points. They need the next 3.
Got to score from this.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they're not going to because the quick kick went right out to the wing position. Running at a rate was Williamson. He tapped it to his advantage. Eventually got the handball received. Little link-up handball in between going for Duck, who did that and ducked under it. Got the handball away. Another hospital handball. Not too clean. They're a little bit fidgety, both sides, early in the piece in this third term. The Blues have got the first and important goal. Quick kick forward by them now from that stoppage. The sun really getting in the eyes there of Sarkisian. He's not happy about that one. Ball spills loose. Strong tackle over the top there by Chris Duck. Forces a stoppage, and we'll have a
Boundary.
ball up. Let's go to Jared Beanland down boundary side.
One player we haven't spoken about much is the player who just dropped that mark, Manny Sarkisian. Played an excellent game against Ringwood, but it's just not really been cited this game, despite his form.
Yeah, took the words out of my mouth, Jared. He certainly hasn't, as the ball is belted across the far side of the ground to no one in particular, and it's probably going to go out. It is, just in front of Meyer there.
Deliberate.
Oh dear. But it's players like Sarkisian that has to really step up if Mulgrave are to get back in this game. They can't just leave it all to Booth. And as I mentioned before, McGowan's another one as well. As the umpire sends it high, it's placed it, he takes it out of the ruck, but his kick is sort of half-pie smothered, but it falls into the hands of a teammate. And this could be a goal. There's the snap. It is, I think it's gone through. Let's wait for the umpire. It's Duck who's kicked it, and it's a goal. So just waiting for the umpire. I thought it had been touched or it had hit the post or something, but Duck it is who puts it through. And big problems now as the margin goes out to 38. It's 11-12-78 to 6-4-40 on the Bendigo Bank score, but up to 6.5.
Been very much landed in the square, and he was undefended.
He was.
We went straight to him.
Yeah, it was incredible how that happened. But Duck has been so influential in just in the early part of this second half, and has done some really good things. And right throughout the course of the game, I think he's been really good.
Round the grounds with Paul Yaconi.
Division 1 score, Mitcham 11-3-69 to South Belgrave 1-13-19.
Well, they got their first goal. Geez, there would have been some Bronx cheers as that one went through at the stoppage. Kick goes forward by the Waverley Blues again. They're running away with this game. They're on fire today. Went straight through the arms there of Harding. Couldn't quite get it. Good tackle by Muhammad. Ball scoots out wide now. It's Kenny on the right boot. Drives the ball for Mulgrave down the wing position. A downfield free kick. And they're off to the races. A kick goes forward there by McGivern. Inside forward 50. Booth waited over the back. Is going to get knocked towards him there. He almost got held without the football. Didn't matter because running onto it, Austin Dean kicks his second goal. And they made it look okay there, Mulgrave. They worked from end to end. It wasn't clean the whole way, but they certainly kept pushing the ball forward. That's what they needed to do. And a very, very, very important goal that was.
Just a bit more purpose. That was just a little play with a little bit more purpose, a little bit more of aggressive attackness about them. And they really were clear in the way they wanted to use the ball. So their method and system was a lot better. So they need to continue that and see if they can work their way back into the contest.
So another 4 or 5 of those and they'll be back in the game.
Got a couple more score updates for the women's finals if you want after this bounce.
Go for it, Lee.
Div 1 at Quamby, Surrey 26 to Montrose 14, end of the third quarter. And Premier Division, Eastland Devils 1-5-11 to South Croydon 4-26.
Ooh, John O'Ben won't be happy about that.
Going to run away with that one, I think, maybe.
So Playstead gets a fist out of the ruck and he just slams it forward to no one in particular, although it has fallen their way here. And Harding, he gets it forward. Inside 50, awkward bounce though. Picked up over there by Mulgrave and they'll work it out of defence. Quick handballs out. Nicely done there, McGivern, Chips it out there, finds it. So back, that's McGivern now with the footy on the far side. With the sun streaming down over here at Walker Park. What a superb afternoon it's been. So McGivern just pops it forward and finds a target. Mark taken there by Thompson.
It's like a hot box on a plantation today.
It's like a sauna. so Thompson chips it. They're just going backwards here. It's good that they're keeping the football, but they're not really doing anything with it. As they just go back again, Collins. And wants a slightly dangerous kick, but he finds a target nonetheless. But they've really moved not hardly at all as the ball goes out towards this wing. And they're going to turn this over. That's probably just cause, and it's Williamson. He's taken the mark. He goes quickly too, and now he slams it towards the hot spot. Can they get a mark? It's been bouncing around, but it's still alive as the ball is picked up, and they get out of this Mulgrave. Bit lucky, and the handball out towards the boundary, and it's gone over the boundary. But there's a whistle.
Davidson got dumped, and he's going to get carded. The opponent's going to get carded here. I can see Damien Sully reaching towards his backside, which there it is.
There it is.
Yellow card.
Yeah, well, it looked dangerous. It just felt like it was probably
It's Oscar Harding who's been yellow carded.
It was the intent by Harding, and that's what I think the umpire's thought process is when he gives that card.
I'm surprised we haven't had one before now because there has been a lot of fielding in this game.
Bit of RG and or Bargy.
Yes. So Oscar Harding heads off to the naughty corner for a little spell.
Face the wall.
Paul Yaconi. I reckon they do that in the dugout itself. That'll be when the coach gives them a serve.
Yeah.
The clearances this quarter are 5-2 the way of Waverley. The inside 50s are 7-3 the way of Waverley. And I've got a Division 4 score update. Scoresby 7-13-55 over Churnside Park 5-4-34.
Yeah, pretty good game, that one. Playsted's got the mark on the wing position. He took it from that free kick, drives the ball back inside forward 50, getting a little handle on it. Duck, he's had a good game, Duck. And no ball going nowhere. Another stoppage across the 45 arc, picking himself up there. Frederick Hart. Just watch brother Oscar depart. And he'll have to do it all now. Duck goes after it. He got dropped. And then a pick to scooped upon by Kramer, who went left. Another behind for the Waverley Blues. I think everybody in this arena just wants Mulgrave to snag a couple just to liven things up a little bit more.
Yes,
12 minutes gone in the third term. The premiership quarter, 33-point lead the way of Waverley. Back to Paul.
Divi 3 update. Donvale 9-6-60 to Surrey Park 6-8-44.
Ooh, he's sort of staying in at Surrey Park. Just.
No, the first time ever I've tipped against Doncaster East today, and they might get the biggest upset.
So Collins gets it out towards the wing. You never tip against your own team.
Does Elfie know?
No, actually, he probably does. He's probably getting text, but he'll be. If he might not. The last quarter might go forever because he might just leave the
45-minute quarter. He's been watching the live stream.
So Rufus got the kick inside 50, and there's going to be a stoppage. So it's danger times again as the umpire gets set to throw it up. He's placed it. Ball comes out. It's fallen for the Mulgrave side, and they're going to get a free kick here. Free kick goes the way of Sarkissian of the Evan variety, and a bit of pushing and shoving again. Get out of it. Omar Muhammad was in there. He's played well. He doesn't need to get himself a yellow card.
It's got a wheel and go here.
So they just need to get on with it. That's right.
South Croydon are in front by 4 points in the third term. They've bounced back 66-62. Just as I said that, obviously.
So Fresher it is. He's going to take the shot. He's a long way out. The man on the mark is just inside the arc. So long kick. Let's see how he goes. He runs out and makes contact. It's not a bad looking kick. No, it's off target. So it goes through for another minor score. They have been so wasteful today, the Waverley Blues, and they add one more to the total. It's 11-14-80, playing 7-4-46 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 13.
10 minutes gone in the third term. Berwick and Norwood. Norwood have kicked a goal, so Berwick are only up by 2 now. Rasher saying this one will go down to the wire.
Wow. Changed his tune as he brushed. He said he was over, and now he's said it's got to go down to the wire.
You tell him, Paul.
Tell him, Paul. Yaconi. I love it.
Yeah, that's for the highlight reel, no doubt, next year as it comes out now. Handball by Playsted. Found Dark, who went back in Salah. Pushed off the foot. He couldn't get boot to ball in time. Over
That's
she goes.
BOG, backhander of the day.
Little arrows coming from Paul down the end. Classic.
So throwing now, Playsted, front spot, knocked it backwards, but it was the right option too because Fresher was there, linking up McNamara, looping handball in towards the middle of the ground. Myers is there, it's quickly wrapped up by Dean. Good, strong tackle, brought it to ground. They forced the ball into the middle and they've got the stoppage, Mulgrave. They desperately need the next couple. There's the ball thrown up. Kick off the ground by the Blues. Goes inside forward 50. Which way is it going to bounce? It was a wrong one. So Prosser had time to get it up towards the wing position. Here's Kenny. Short passes on. That's okay. Thompson takes the mark in the new jumper. Swings around. I don't know who that kick was to because it went straight to the Waverley Blues. It was a silly kick in the end. They might work out okay. Some strong tackling coming in. Some strong tackling rewarded as well.
But it just wasn't the right
it's going
option.
the way of Kenny, is it? No, he's got to hand it over. Now, Damien Sully went one way, then the other. So, I don't know, I thought that was pretty even Steven both ways there. Waverley Blues right in front of the grandstand here, the best spot in the house, almost to watch in the league, as Rufus goes backwards, and the Waverley Blues will have to do it from the back pocket.
So they'll be quite happy, the Waverley Blues, because they don't need to make the play here. They just chip it forward and find Miller, and then Miller goes back. So it's like kick to kick. It must be a bit slippery over there because Strongman almost lost his footing as he chips it across to a man on the far side of the ground. Mark taken. Mulgrave just have to get up and try and force a turnover here. They can't let this
Well, they've got to
happen.
go one-on-one here.
Yeah, correct.
They've got to go with their direct opponent, one-on-one. Got to stem the bleeding.
Jamison gets it out of defence, but they have turned it over, so Mulgrave will get it back.
Too slow. Kenny's all by himself at centre-half forward.
So they're just taking an age to get the ball in once again. And that's by the time it gets in there, of course, the Waverley Blues defence has had itself set. And it's on the ground. It's appeals for a free kick, nothing given. Ball spills out. Now it's in the hands there of McGowan, who hooks it forward. Oh. Up they fly, ball going. Well, Waverley Blues player might have been taken out there. There's appeals for all sorts. Now a little handball back into the hands there of number 12 and McGowan again as he goes inside and back a little
well
chip
done.
Across the face of goal. And this time it was a messy period of play, but they've finally figured it out and they've got a mark inside 50. And here's an opportunity for them to go back and have a shot at goal through Nicholas Holding. But boy, they did hard work. They made hard work of getting it there.
Yeah, certainly did. They've done it all day. It's been an interesting set of circumstances for the way this game's been played out.
And so Nick Holding, he's got to kick this. This will bring it back to 28 points if he can slot it. Here he comes in pretty much perfect conditions, albeit just a little bit of breeze, but nothing really to speak of at the moment. It's pretty still as the kick goes on its way, and it's there. So Holding does get the goal, so maybe a little bit of hope just still hanging around there for the Mulgrave side, and they bring it back to a 28-point gap. It's 11-14-80, 8-4-52 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in favour of the Waverley Blues, and we've had nearly 17.
Method wasn't perfect by Mulgrave by any stretch, but they got the result in the end. They got the goal that they were so desperate for to keep them in the contest, but it's just been so much hard work. But they've got to go more one-on-one. They've got to try and get the turnovers going so that they give themselves a chance to score. No point putting numbers behind the ball at the moment.
Go to Jared Beanland, boundary side.
Yeah, Nick Holding, he's one of those players that just hasn't had an impact on the game, but as it comes to those forwards, they just need to kick a couple of goals, or 1 goal, 2 goals each, and they'll have had a valid impact on the side in Mulgrave if they can actually get their way back into the game.
Well, they've got a chance to go forward. Mulgrave again. Can they get 2 in a matter of minutes? A ball goes over the top. Handball went away. It was legal. Players come in and we go to Paul Yaconi.
Back to 4 points out at Jubilee. Donvale 9-6-60 to Surrey Park 8-8-56.
Ooh. Well, it'll be a tense.
Josh Ward will be biting his
Well, that's right. And the man that always smiles, he might be a little bit edgy at the moment. Free kick from the stoppage going the way of the Blues.
Oh,
and
25
metre penalty as well for Backchat. Sort of stuff's unforgivable.
It's just undisciplined in this time of the game. If the game is on, you just can't do that sort of thing.
So free kick. I think it's Tommy Gladman who's got it.
And I think this is about the third 25 against Mulgrave. Would that be about right, I think?
Comes in now from about 25 directly in front, and 2 in a row for the Mulgrave side. What an important kick that was, and it was Tommy Gladman who put that one through.
Put that one through, yeah. And Waverley's given away a couple of 25s as well.
He's put it into the aged care home in the back there. That was still way over post height.
Oh, is that why they never get the footies back?
That's why they put the net there, but when the guys kick it that high...
Can't throw it over in their wheelchairs over there.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
You've got to remember that Mulgrave's... I think the highest... deficit that they've had this game is about 34 points, if my maths serves correct. They managed to overcome a 37-point deficit earlier this year against the Waverley Blues. Ooh. So you still got hope for them, especially with those last 2 goals.
And last 2 centre clearances too.
Indeed.
Sorry, Paul, you go.
So according to AFL Play, the biggest deficit was 39.
Oh, thank you so much.
One thing's for sure today, don't mess with Paul Yaconi.
Don't mess with his eye.
We're learning that the hard way, guys.
22-point margin, so they're staying in this Mulgrave. Every time you think the game's over, they get a couple, and they're fighting back. Nicely handballed out there by Tilliard to a teammate, but they're getting themselves in a bit of trouble. If they got the next one, then suddenly it really is all on. And there's going to be a stoppage over there on the far side.
Well, he's one that's got to lift Tilliard.
Definitely.
So he's got a free kick for the moment, has he?
No,
it's a ball up. Sorry, I thought he had the ball in his hand, but the umpire to throw it up. They do win the hit out, but it falls for Rufus, who gets his kick smothered, but it's going back inside 50, bouncing awkwardly. Some of the bounces they must be really hard down there because the bounce has been really quite severe. As it comes back outside 50 again, they can't afford to concede here. They've got the footy on the far side. Sarkissian gets it down the line, and it's probably going to go out of bounds. It's not a bad result. because they'll get a throw in around about
It's on the
centre
full.
wing. Is it?
Must have bounced off someone's foot.
Okay, all right. I just thought it dribbled out over the line. Anyway, back in the game as the ball is in the hands once again of Mulgrave, and they'll come forward. Charging through the middle of the ground is McGowan, but he's taken, and that's horrible play because, in fact, it's Tilliard, and he's been done for holding the ball, and they'll go back inside 50, the kick to, and a goal. Absolute debacle. It's Hale who put it through. They had the ball in the middle of the ground. They turned it over. It's gone straight back into the goal square, and that really is a coach killer.
Rips your heart out.
It certainly
Boundary.
does. And Tyson Hale puts it through that margin out now to 28. Back to Jared on the boundary.
Well, I was going to say that's the benefit of having someone so mobile and strong up in the midfield as Josh Williamson. He was the one that laid the tackle, but it looks like he's injured his back in the process.
Ooh, big loss.
Might just be winded.
Yeah.
Well, he certainly hasn't broken his leg.
He's saying he's got an ankle sticking out of his back.
Yeah, all got cramp.
But it's been the ability to push him up the ground today that's really benefited the Waverley Blues.
He's staying on.
Yeah, he's had a good game.
Must have been.
Which
Must
half
have
of
been.
him?
Must have been winded. Must have been winded. We'll
He's
never get.
he's
We'll never
coming
get
off.
tired of that Ray Baird call. We'll never get tired of it. I think he's winded, boys. Leg going out on a right angle. Paul Yaconi.
Got some Premier Division scores. It is Blackburn 12-274 to Bowen 6-4-40, and South Croydon 9-13-67 to Donny East 10-2-62, and Noble Park 7-6-48 to Rowville 5-9-39. So according to the live ladder, Rowville's currently sitting outside of the 5.
Wouldn't that be a story?
Yeah, well.
But I've always said it, they're vulnerable.
Looks like we picked the fizzer today. It's all pretty close out there across the east.
Also, both of those scores in the women's finals haven't changed if all of this last quarter.
Yeah, okay.
26, was it 24-14 for Surrey versus Montrose, and whatever it was, 11. What did I say?
I can't remember.
26.
You're telling the story.
I'm telling the story. I took my
You're telling the story. Ball goes forward for the Waverley Blues. Comes out wide. Little handball back. Spinning around Rufus. Got it towards Muhammad direction. It went over his head. Picked up McGivern. Been pretty clever at times, McGivern. Linking handball eventually in the arms there of Gervasoni, who had to work really hard for it, and eventually they're waking their way down on the right boot. Sarkisian, who's been quiet, slams it inside forward 50, but to no avail. A big thump on the ball. Still alive. Booth was in there as well. Came out towards Harding in the middle. Scooped upon by Kramer. He did well. That was good play. Picked it up, kicked it out towards the half-forward line. Bouncing ball, looking through the way of Hale. He had to play it a beat, and his opponent did really well there in Collins. And now the Lions, using the wing, they'll make their way forward once again.
So they're hanging around Mulgrave. Can they get the next one? The margin is 28. Every time they sort of get a bit close, they tend to concede one, as they did last time. But still, plenty of time to go. Heavy tackle in the middle of the ground there. And what's we got? Myers got the ball. It's a free kick, and it's going the way of Mulgrave. They go down the line. Booth takes the mark, far side of the ground. Drenched in sunlight here at Walker Park, inside 50. Oh, it's a good mark, and it's pretty comfortable too. So just a bit of slack defence from the Waverley Blues.
That was a really good kick, Besto. He really timed that perfectly.
So Curtis, it was the big ruckman who got up and took the mark.
8-point lead to Norwood, 20 minutes into the third... 8-point lead to Berry. Don't everyone have a heart attack. 20 minutes into the third term.
So this is a big kick. Once again, difficult kick, but Curtis, let's see how he goes. On his way. Makes contact with it. How's it looking?
Oh,
it's
he
there.
worked it back.
It's a beautiful kick. Little bit of a banana, and he's put it through, so Curtis does the business. And once again, you can hear the crowd going up as, they stay in the game, Mulgrave. Back to 22 points, 86-64, and we've had 25 in the third quarter.
But that was really experience from Booth, because he just had the presence of mind to wait for Curtis to create that space, knowing that his ruckman was going to go down there and be able to run in and take that mark. And then to go back and slot that goal is really important for the team.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Josh Williamson, he had his back looked at by the physio, but he's back out on the ground now, which is good to see. But the crowd's starting to get into it a little bit here. The Mulgrave fans behind me are starting to make some noise, and why not?
Absolutely. It's I see you've been sitting down there having a bit of a siesta like you do when you're on holidays in Europe, mate.
Taking a bit to get back into it, isn't he?
He's still suffering from jet lag. Oh, God.
Good on you, I say. There's a free kick going the way of Mulgrave in the middle. McGivern has it. He's screaming for 25, and he's almost got... Yep, he's got it.
It is, yep.
He was
spot on. So Damien Sully is a little bit stingy. Oh, no, he's going a few more strides. Damo, that's better. Short passes on. It was a risky kick out wide. Mark's been taken. So, well, Mulgrave all of a sudden. Sarkissian's got it. So he's already kicked 1 goal today. He's a class player. So, not Sarkissian, sorry, Ruskus. Michael Ruskus.
Not sure that it's not that much more of an advantage, though. The other guy was right out in front. This is sort of off to the side and probably about
I think
the
he
same
just
distance.
was worried about the distance.
Yeah.
So he's spotted up a teammate who he has more faith in than himself, or he just wanted to pass the buck either way. Ruskus can be the hero, working it back, and it went right, and it stayed right.
You reckon he's gone with that? Wasn't my fault we lost.
No, it was always a risk to kick it wide like that.
Yeah, I think I would have taken the shot. Yeah. Even if it hadn't been a goal, they may have got it, front and centre out of it or something. So, 3 for another behind, 86-65, 21-point margin, 26 gone in this third term. So, if they could just get one before three-quarter time, they had the opportunity there.
Must lock the ball in here.
So, bouncing out towards the far side of the ground, nicely picked up over there by Lease. Lease gives it back to a teammate, and they go inboard. A bit of, I think it's Cassanu who was taken high, and the umpire says we'll have a free kick. So
7 free kicks to 4 in this quarter in favour of Mulgrave.
So they want to take it quickly. Here they go, going down the line. Now this is the kick. They need the mark from someone. They fly high, and the ball comes down on the ground. It's still there. No one tries a ball as play. Stead took it. But the umpire says nothing to him, and we'll go back and have a ball up, should I say. Down to Jared on the boundary.
Oscar Harding back on the ground after a 20-minute spell in the sin bin.
Thanks, Jared, as the ball goes up again. Bouncing around, nicely taken away there by Hale, under a bit of pressure, and taken there by Jamison on the ground, wrapped up, ball up.
They've missed him the last 20 minutes too, really. It's been a significant turn in the game, I think.
Over to you, Paul.
14-8 inside 50s this corner in favour of Waverley Blues.
Well, they need a goal. They need a goal here, Mulgrave. 5 goals is a long way back in 1 quarter. It's a linking handball over the top. Here's Rauskas on the right boot, goes out. Good lead. Mark's been taken by Thompson, who doesn't seem too confident in how far out he is. He's going to have to kick it every bit of 45 quickly, Paul.
4 marks inside 50 to Zip in favour of this quarter in favour of Mulgrave.
Roll out the barrel.
Yeah, giving themselves some space to run into.
Bailey Thompson really gets underneath this one. It's a long kick. It's going to sit up. It's not going to get the whole way there. The mark's been taken. And I almost thought of pushing the back might have been paid. And how it has.
Yeah, it has. It was definitely.
So Austin Dean. No, it hasn't. It definitely hasn't.
Wow. That was blatant. That was definitely a push.
So Austin Dean, he's only about 15 metres out. Slight angle. He's going to put this one through. And listen to the crowd get around him when he kicks this one right on three-quarter time. Mulgrave, they won't say die yet. No. They're really hanging on here. 25-point margin out here. 29 minutes gone in the third term of the Division 2 qualifying final. 86-71. No, that's not right.
15.
It's only 15 points.
Yeah, they've
15. What am I talking about? I went 31. I didn't do maths methods. I was a further maths person. I'm a bit special. Okay? Apologies.
You really went further.
And I'm working on the register at the cafe sometimes as well.
So there's been some cheap coffees in the...
Yeah. No, probably expensive. It's the other way around. Update for Div 1 Senior Women's Finals. Surrey have taken it out 5-4-34 to Montrose 2-2-14.
Good stuff.
And South Croydon have won their one as well.
Yeah, nice.
Ball back inside 50. They can't afford to concede here, the Waverley Blues. For the Mulgrave side. And the ball is out of bounds, and there is the siren, so they'll be pretty happy with that. And they've got themselves right back into this game, almost a 30-minute quarter. But as we reach the three-quarter time break, it's 12-4, 14-86 to 11-5, 71. Margin is 15 points. Running through the goal kickers, Jamison's got a couple for Waverley Blues, as has Duck. The singles to Miller. Also a couple for Harding as well of the Oscar variety. Buzzer's got one, Facey's got one, and Hale's got one. And singles also to Hatch and Meyer. And for Mulgrave, they've got a couple of multiple goal kickers. Dean's got 3. Booth has 2. The singles to Tilliard, Gervasoni, also Gladman, Sarkissian of the Evan variety, Holding, and I think Curtis. I think that's everybody. As we reach the three-quarter time break, and well, Mulgrave, they just won't go away, and they've got themselves right in this game. So three-quarter time score 12-40 and 86 to 11-5-71. Back after this.
Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private help, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Dawson from Montrose Football and Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football and Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park. It is the qualifying final in Division 2, and boy, what a game we've got on our hands. It looked
Boundary.
All the money, but let's go down to the Boundary because BWS has gone down there to catch up with one of the coaches.
Jared here, actually.
Oh, Jared. Sorry,
Sorry,
Jared.
Besto. I've got Scott Savage with me. Scott, very simple message at three-quarter time. You didn't let them break off into their lines. You just brought them all in. It was simple, less strategic, just a basic message.
Yeah, it was. You know, we just got to get the boys just to recompose. Obviously, we've played 3 good footballs of footy. It's just a half a quarter of ill-disciplined stuff that allowed Mulgrave to get back in the game.
And any changes for this quarter?
No, I just put it on to the boys that, you know, they owe it to themselves and their teammates to be able to walk off now, knowing that they rectified that third term with the ill discipline and just play hard in and under football, what we've played for the first 2.5 quarters.
Thank you very much, Scott. Good luck for the rest of the game.
So Scott Savage from the Waverley Blues. I think actually BWs might have gone over to the Mulgrave huddle, so we'll hear from him when he comes back as to what the chat was over there. But 15-point margin, boys, as we go into this last
Not
term.
a lot to play with.
Mulgrave, they won't just go away, Mulgrave.
No, they've been really good. I mean,
yeah.
Oscar Hunt going off the ground was a significant moment in the game, which I alluded to. Because you take one of your key movers off the ground, that gave Mulgrave an opportunity to get back into this game. They went one-on-one. They then put a number behind the ball later in the quarter. So, and then they were able to score. So, and they've got some momentum now going into this last quarter.
What a huddle to go out to as well, worth the walk. They are up and about now. Now, the key thing to take out of this is they're going for Manny Sarkisian as the target this whole last quarter. They appreciate Booth will probably get double-teamed. Manny is the target. They're up and about.
Back to Gerard on the boundary quickly.
Well, I did ask Scott whether or not there were any changes, because I've noticed on the magnets, Josh Williamson was down in the forward line, and that's exactly where he started. He's starting out of the goal square instead of on the wing, and it's interesting to hear that they're going to do the same with Sarkisian in the Mulgrave camp. He started on the wing, but interesting to see that both of those players are going to be moving up forward.
So ready to go in this last quarter, 15-point margin. What price the first goal as the ball goes up? No one really getting the hit out that time. Comes out the Waverley Blues, have it through that man Duck. They get it forward to right about the half-forward line, and they're inside 50 with Omar Muhammad. He gets it goalwards, bouncing awkwardly, but it's gone through for a point. So
wouldn't that have been a start? Early
opportunity, almost got one out of the middle, but a bit of a let-off there for the Mulgrave side, and they can set an early point, but they won't be worried. They trail by, it should be 16, I think. It is 87-71. Bendigo back scoreboard as Mulgrave bring it back into play.
Yeah, and Roval trail by 3 points only now against Noble Park. It come out towards Manny, the man of the moment, Sarkisian. I'm surprised he's moved down towards the wing. Little handball over the top, though. This is going to work out okay. Here's Harding. He had a player further afield in Myers who did it really well. Lowered the eyes and then just spotted up the target. And they're going to take their time every time they've got it. They'd be silly not to, the Waverley Blues. And a shot on goal, although the distance may be an issue. Nathan Buzzer, you wouldn't want it in probably anyone else's hands from this vantage point.
And normally pretty reliable.
Well, he kicked the opening goal of the game and haven't seen too much of him since then. Been pretty well held. The crowd will tell the story. He's right in front of the Mulgrave dugout, so no doubt getting some kind words of advice. As Buzzer comes in now, he gets underneath it. He shoots towards goal. It's going right to the top. It's going to hold up at the last stage and... well, thought it was going to be a dropped mark there in the end, but safely held. So Mulgrave got players out wide. Sarkisian takes it in the back pocket.
So Sarkisian, he's been quietish today. Certainly hasn't had as big a game as he did against Ringwood on the last time we saw Mulgrave play. Sends it down the line, trying to hit a target. There's a couple of big men there, and it's been punched out of bounds. And once again, it's on here. A little bit of pushing and shoving. It's been the story all day. We had the yellow card earlier in the game. We had the double goal.
What I will say is the game's been really well umpired today.
It has. Umpires have been well in control, so the umpire to throw it in. Speaking of the umpire, this is the boundary umpire on this side of the ground.
Sporting the 1970s throw.
Yes. So you can see the players shielding their eyes. The sun is going to become a factor if it isn't already. Falls out the back there for Holding, who manages to get it towards a teammate. Tackle a bit inside 50. Now, what's the umpire going to pay here? Should just be a ball up, you'd think.
Yeah, it is. And it's smart umpiring as well, because he really ducked into that one, searching for the free kick. Jelsal would like. And
that's enough.
No, he just absorbed it. He absorbed the tackle. That's what he did.
So Playstick gets a hit out. I'm going to ignore you now.
Sorry, Spider. I just wanted to throw in that call to Besto.
So wrapped up again. Not much happening here.
Free kick to the Blues.
Free kick to the Blues.
Muhammad's recipient.
So Omar Muhammad. He's played all right today. Isn't that a storming game, but he's done enough just at various times to pop up when he's been needed. He's going to go back and have a long kick at goal, so the margin is 16.
Is he looking for Williamson?
Let's have a look. Is he going to change his mind at the last and pull the kick? Because he's a mile out. Here's the kick on its way. Not going to have the journey. Let's see if they can get a mark. Well, the only player getting the mark is Gervasoni, who takes it for Mulgrave. In fact, it wasn't Gervasoni, it was Collins, and they'll bring it out.
So, pretty slow start here in this final term. Strong marks being taken on the wing. Our clock says 0-0, but there has been It's still 0-0 on the scoreboard as well. So, maybe Alfie did go watch Doncaster East as it comes out now. Rufus, little handball over the top.
It's going to be a late finish.
And we'll have a ball up 45 metres out from the Blues goal line.
Let's say we're 3 minutes in.
The clock on the other scoreboard is still active. We're 4 minutes in.
Good on you, Jared. Great work.
Inside 50s this quarter, a 4 to zip the way of Waverley Blues.
Good work, Paul, as well. Bring us back into order. So umpire Damien Sully, quick restart. Ball's been hovering around the Blues forward line this whole quarter. Little handball over the top by Duck. He's been good for the Blues. Looking for Williamson. He's going nowhere. He got gang tackled. And we'll have a ball up. It's only 20 metres out, even if that, from the Blues goal line, right in front of the old scoreboard.
I like that move of Williamson deep at the moment.
Well, he's in there. Harding's in there as well on hands and knees. Kinsella, who's been pinged for holding the ball. And 25 metres as well.
Has to be a record number of 25 star, I reckon.
Well, what's the total? You're the stats man.
I think it's definitely about 5 each.
Oh, that was cruel.
Sorry, Paul.
No, I definitely think it's about 5 each.
Just ignore him, Paul. We all do.
I'll support you, Paul.
Oh, this is a kick off the ground. This might be one of the goals of the century. Oh, my God.
That's unbelievable.
It's a kick off the ground from about 60 metres out. I didn't quite spot who it was. I think it might have actually been McGowan, who's just got boot to ball on the left. That's one of the goals of the season. If ever you wanted a spark, that's where you're going to get it from. Sensational goal. It's just gone about 70 metres and rolled through.
Well, it was a presence of mind just to do it. I mean, he just did it instinctively. He just went bang and it went through.
Well, it was interesting because he was being held up by his opponent just a little bit. I guess not enough for the umpire to spot the free kick. So he was forced to do that, and it came up perfect.
What a goal.
Luck's a fortune.
87 plays 77. It's a 10-point margin.
So the umpire, who I think our scoreboard's a little bit out, as the umpire calls for holding. The crowd called for holding the ball, but Omar Mohamed's taken it. Just adjusting our scoreboard. So the margin is 10 points. Who knows what's going to happen from here? Mulgrave, they just keep hanging around. Up it goes. Umpire to, at least the players are trying to get their hands on it, but they can't. The umpire will come in and throw it up again. So now we're back in play. 87 to 77, got there in the end. 6.5 gone. So unbelievably.
BWS handed me his glasses.
Oh dear. So another strong tackle coming in, and we'll have another ball up as Rufus is taken on the grounds.
What a goal that was.
Sensational stuff. So up it goes, and here's the knockout. And it's gone the way of the Waverley Blues, but this time the umpire's paying a free kick, and it's going to Rufus. So they'll go back inside 50. They need to be sure in defence here, Mulgrave. They can't afford. You can see the sun, a couple of players shielding the eyes as that came in. Just lost it in the sun. Good strong tackle over there. Great tackle it was. And it's number 28, and Collins who makes the tackle as we go to Paul.
We've got an update in the battle for survival. It's back to a point. It's Berwick leading 8-10-58 to Norwood 9-3-57.
I love all the terminologies Paul's using for that game today. It's great. Let's go boundary side to Jared.
Yeah, Williamson's, of course, gone down forward, and he's got, as the ball goes over the boundary line just in front of me, he's got Collins for company, who started pretty poorly against him in that game earlier in the year, but begun to have his number, and I reckon they're pretty familiar with themselves now. I think Collins might be a match for him.
Pye throws it in right in front of us here on the broadcast side. A little handball out. Myers is in there, getting underneath it. Was Rufus, who ducked into the tackle, and he's been pinged for holding the ball. Can really feel the Mulgrave crowd getting up and about here. Here's Kenny. So Todd Kenny played a lot of games for Mulgrave. Kicks it up towards the wing position. It was looking for his teammate there in Sarkissian. Couldn't quite pull the mark down. Handball over the top. Here's Rufus. Now they're off to the races. Myers. Little toe poke goes really only about 5 metres. It was dangerous though. Picked up there by James from Mulgrave. Got the quick kick out, but the mark's been taken timely by Sam Meyer. Swings around now on the right boot. Kicks it to the hot spot. It's a perfect kick. The pack flies at the fall. The ball's picked up by Kramer. Got the handball away. Snap on goal by Duck. Goes to the top of the goal square. Playstead was in there. He had to lay a strong tackle. Couldn't take the mark. The umpire's not going to pay anything like that at this stage of the game. Ball up 10 metres out.
pressure and the tackling by both teams is just fantastic in these stages of the last quarter.
So 8.5 minutes gone in the last quarter. Placestead might have just got that one as the ball is gathered in by one of the Waverley Blues players, but the umpire says we'll have to have a secondary ball up. Rufus it was. No, it wasn't Rufus. It was number 17 and Fresher. So up it goes again. A bit of an all draw in the ruck that time, but it comes out for the Mulgrave side. If they can get the next one, it is on like Donkey Kong as the umpire, as the Waverley Blues, get it back inside 50, and they've intercepted, and they'll bring it out again here, Mulgrave.
Silly play.
But they've turned it over, so they're just getting a little bit panicky. Perhaps they're getting a little bit anxious when they have the ball. Now it's in the hands there of Kramer. It wheels away, but he's gone without it as well. Picked up over there by Gervasoni. Mulgrave to bring it out. He's the kick down the line, but getting back there well was Hatch. He just got there in the nick of time. Back to a teammate. Now they go inside 50. Can they get the mark this time? Plenty of hands around it. Juggling there. Ball found, but it falls for the way side. And they slam it downfield, and there's plenty of space down here.
Yep.
In fact, it's gone out of bounds. It just needed to bounce. There was nobody at home, but unfortunately it's bounced out of bounds. And, of course, Thompson it was who was looking for the ball, but it didn't quite sit for him.
Roeville still trailing by 3 points, 14 minutes gone in the final term. That's huge and out. And it's a 1 point lead to Berwick over Norwood in the final term as well out at Mullum. It's game on everywhere around the eastern suburbs this afternoon in this sun-drenched part of Melbourne. And the ball's right out of bounds in front of us here in the grandstand out at Walker Park, Division 2 qualifying final. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks to LM Media, the best in the business, as the big fist from the stoppage comes back out. But now it's a chance for Harding of the Blues to drive the ball inside forward 50. He's looking for the big man Placestead, who tried to work his way to the front. He couldn't do that. Quick scrambling kick goes out wide. Players asking for deliberate. Not a chance in living hell. And the ball goes over for a boundary throw. And let's go to Jared.
If Mulgrave are going to win this game, they really have to clean up their disposal coming out of defence, because their last couple of transitions have just been panicky.
Yeah, there's just been a few rush kicks there, haven't there, Jared? It's something just got to work on in the next few minutes.
Mohammed at the stoppage couldn't release the football. We'll ball this one up as we go to Paul Yaconi.
The inside 50s in this last quarter are 11-1 in favour of Waverley Blues.
But somehow Mulgrave is staying in the game. Up it goes. And they win the head out this time towards the boundary. Probably going to... No, it doesn't go out. It stays in. Clever handball back, and they go down the line.
Oh.
What price the next one? As it's bouncing around over there, but it's in dispute still. The ball spills away. No one able to get their hands on it because it's just so desperate over there. It's Holding going in, but he got tackled and lost the ball. But the umpire said in the end we'll have a ball up. So they're around about the half forward line, the Mulgrave side.
They've lifted their work rate, Mulgrave.
So the head out from place there, but it falls and
well done.
Work beautifully done there by Villainous, who goes forward and wins
his
way
far?
through. He's gone straight through, ran a long way, and there's the kick, and he's picked out a teammate.
Oh, he had a player in the square by himself.
So it's in the hands of Dean, who's going to go back.
Jeez, he needs to kick this one.
They'll bring the house down if this goes through. He's kicked 2 today, Austin Dean, 23 before today, so 25 now. And this will bring them within a kick. Extraordinary game this. 12 minutes gone in the last term. Winner goes through to next week. Of course, the loser goes into a sudden death situation. Here's the kick, going to be on its way from Dean. He's just caressed it. He really didn't give it anything at all. And that's a terrible kick. I don't know what he was doing. It's gone through for a minor score, but
boundary.
The margin back to 9 as we get into Jared on the boundary.
I think this is Matt Jamison coming off. He got a whack to the face by, I think it was the Mulgrave player that you mentioned was free. I couldn't exactly see who it was.
Well, Tom McGowan, who kicked that absolute ripper and was the most up-and-about player I've ever seen at three-quarter time, was in the goal square by himself when that mark was taken.
And I think that's how he got space, was by getting rid of his opponent like that.
Yeah, fair enough. As the ball's still across that defensive arc. Comes out now, McNamara. We haven't heard too much from him today. Got the handball to Hale. Hale on the right boot up towards the half-forward line. He got a lot of purchase on that. Very good play, getting in underneath it. Prosser held the ball up. And let's go to Paul Yaconi. Sorry, I thought you had your hand up, mate. No, nothing. There's no crickets in radio, mate. Just go with the flow. Just waffle on like Ray Baird does. You'll be safe as houses. The ball goes inside forward 50. Bouncing football, still alive on hands and knees. Rufus is in there on top of him. Jackson Collins, and we'll have a ball up.
I do have a score in
Excellent.
in Division 1. It's Mitcham 12-3-75 to South Belgrave 5-19-49.
Comes down, Fresher, snaps around the body, curls it. Probably a good result in the end. It's gone out of bounds, left forward pocket.
In the Division 3 final, it's Donvale 11-10-76 to Surrey Park 9-11-65.
Thanks very much, Paul.
Still close enough.
Yeah, if they're good enough.
So umpire to throw it in, left forward pocket, bit of jostling for position as the next goal is going to be very, very important. It comes in as a whack forward there by Harding and towards the goal square. Gervasoni needs to be sure by hand, but it's not a great handball out towards the boundary, but it stays in somehow. Falls there for the Waverley Blues. They'll go inside 50 again. The snap there off the boot of Harding, and I think he's kicked it.
No, he's missed.
Just hooked it away.
Oh.
Well, it was close. It was Frederick that time of the Harding variety.
Fans trying to do a con job on the umpire there.
They went up behind the goal, but the umpire said nothing doing, and it's back into play.
Let's go to Paul.
Division 4 scores be 13-16-94 to Churnside Park 6-6-42.
McNamara from 45 set sail for goal. It's going to go right to the goal line. Can it stay alive? It cannot. So we're back to 10 points out here at Walker Park. 11 points, 89-78.
Interesting scores today.
So in the middle of the ground, there could be coast-to-coast football here. There's a player all by himself, going to run into an open goal. It just needs to sit up, and that man, Manny Sarkissian, he's got his side back to within a kick. Mulgrave are coming home. It's game on out here at Walker Park in the Division 2 final, and that is what you call coast to coast. It went straight through the middle. Then Manny came running out the back. Nobody had a clue he was there, and he ran onto one of the easiest of goals. He made it a little hard, but he put it straight through. Fantastic play, Mulgrave.
Yeah, great call. It was just brilliant football by Mulgrave. Just the ability, the presence of mind to push the button and go, and they played that surge game brilliantly, just to be able to connect up, transition the ball, moved it forward and got a goal. That was just simply brilliant play. Probably their best passage for the afternoon.
Yeah.
So good composure from Manny, though, because even though the ball was bouncing around awkwardly, he just waited for it to sit up. He could have panicked in that situation, and he's put it through. And I tell you what, it's less than a kick. Extraordinary game out here as the ball goes towards the right about the half-forward line. Bouncing around there, Gervasoni in the vicinity. They're going inside 50 again.
Oh!
It's a goal! It's gone through. I didn't see who kicked it. I think it might be Davidson. Davidson has banged it through, and unbelievably, you can't believe that you couldn't write the script. They are in front. Mulgrave are in front.
Oh, wow.
14-6-90 to 12-16-88. Let's just see what happened. I just lost it.
It was Davidson who kicked it.
Yep, Davidson has put it. This is unbelievable.
Banana kick from 50 metres out.
It's incredible. That was only they've only had 26 inside 50s for the game, but we've said it all day. The efficiency's kept them in the game, and they've lifted their work rate in the second half.
Yeah, they have. It's just been brilliant. And also at clearance, they've really lifted that tempo, haven't they? And been able to get that and burst out. And that's what they just did there. Yeah, the defensive side of the centre there, Waverley players were just standing there.
Well, it's game on here. This loser said it was a fizzer 30 minutes ago. It's only a 2-point margin. Waverley Blues a chance to get back. Muhammad's in there. He went after it. Harding just ran into a brick wall, also known as Griffin James, and we'll have a ball up. I'm excited.
Griffin it sounds like a chip. I'll have a packet of Griffin Grahams, please.
I thought you were giving it a bit of Wide World of Sports. Grahammy LeBroy.
Rosser got it out. Harding was in there.
That's
he just
ball.
threw the ball away. It's holding the ball. You heard it in the background as it came out now. Little kick there by Ruskas out wide and didn't stay alive there for Joel Hatch. They're feeling the pressure. They're up and about, Mulgrave.
Yeah, the pressure's really on Waverley here.
So extraordinary game this. For so long, it looked like it was just going through the motions a wee bit, and the Waverley Blues had it under control. But this Mulgrave side, they have stayed in the game. They've fought all day, and they've just stayed in the game. But here come the Waverley Blues, a chance for them to get in front now. And the mark is taken. Fantastic grab by Kramer. Big Angus, he flew above his man there, and he's taken the mark, and what a pressure time for him. He's going to go back and have this kick to put his side back in front. We've had 18 minutes in this last term. So just a reminder, the winner of this game goes through to Donvale, or plays Donvale next week, and the loser will play the winner of tomorrow's match.
The winner of this will play Boronia.
Boronia, and the winner of the loser will play the winner of tomorrow's game. So here's the kick. Let's wait and see. Everyone's gone a bit quiet. There's the kick on its way. Has he missed it? He has. Well, it's gone through. Was it a minor score or did it miss everything? No, just waiting for the umpire. No, it is a point. So
Boundary.
the margin is 1 point. Let's get into Jared on the boundary.
Matt Jamison's back on the ground after copying that hit to the face.
Can they go again, coast to coast, with transition?
We start to think about extra time, perhaps. As the kick goes out towards the wing, up they fly, and slapped away there by Playstead. So I believe if it is extra time, it's 5 minutes each way.
They're just beating them around the packs for speed at the moment across the ground with ball in hand. Mulgrave at the moment.
So it is officially 90 to 89. Our scoreboard just showing 90 to 88. As the ball goes into the half-back line. Big strong tackle in there. Good tackle coming in from Sarkisian.
Mulgrave's tackling pressure in this last quarter has been unbelievable. They lead the tackles 14-6.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
They're almost willing themselves over the line as we go down to Jared on the boundary.
In that tackling contest just then, Matt Jamison seems to have copped it to the face again.
It's in the wars.
So he certainly is as the ball goes forward and Mark is taken over there. I tell you what, it's taken there. I think it's McGurvin with the football. Might be over there. Willing his team to go forward. It's 89 to 90, so it's a 1 point game. Down the line it goes. That might be out on the full, is it? No, it's been taken by Playstead. Playstead's got it. Cries for 25, but nothing doing. There's been a few 25-metre penalties today. So Playstead's going to chip it across. I wouldn't be trying to ice the clock just yet. We've only just got into time on. So
no, but you want time and space here.
So the chip into the ground and he's turned it over. So it's McGurvin who gets his boot to the ball. It's not a great kick though, but at least he's got it down there in the hands of number 12 in McGowan. It's mark is taken, is it? What's it been? Wait, there's a mark. It's been taken there by Booth.
Yep.
Well, what a moment this is going to be. If he scores it all, it's going to be at least a draw. There's the kick, and Booth it got over the top. It really probably should have been spoiled there by the Waverley Blues defender, but Booth was just lurking in behind, and he's got this kick unbelievably to put put Mulgrave's side in front. 42 years of age, he's been around for an eternity. He's the most experienced man in the EFNL, and he's got this kick to put them in front. Here's the kick on its way. He's got it! Mulgrave are in front. You couldn't write a script, as I said about this. It's unbelievable scenes out here. So, in fact, they were in front before, so it's 96 to 89, but they've got it out to a 7-point lead. So now the Waverley Blues have to score twice.
They do, and the reason that the game is in the position that it is because of the work rate and the ball movement in that passage of play. The presence of mind just to wait and look around to see how the players were running into that space. You know, take a little bit of time and look it up, and then they've hit up Booth, and that was fantastic forward thinking by the Mulgrave players.
7-point lead as we get into the boundary.
I don't know what the exact stats are on this, but Matt Richards said that Mulgrave hadn't made the finals in a decade, except for last year where they didn't win one. So this has got to be the first finals win in quite a while if they manage to get over the line here.
It's going to be a huge day, that's for sure. They've got a tough assignment next week, but they won't be worried about that at the moment because they are on the verge of a famous victory. They lead by 7. Of course, they're already a point in front, so that goal's put them 7 in front. So the Waverley Blues have got to score twice, and it's not looking likely at this time. They go inside 50. They just need to defend for their lives here. Ball bouncing around. It's on the ground, and they'll be happy with the stoppage. Dean it is, so he's on the ground. He's done a good job today. He's kicked 3 goals today, Dean. Just popped up when he's been needed. So up it goes. What's the clock looking like? 22 and a half gone, so still plenty of time to go.
Still 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, but we're at the wrong end of the ground. The Waverley Blues, they need to win the stoppage, and they need to get it down the other end real quick. Booth tries to take it out of the ruck, but he's wrapped up. Placed it in there just to make sure he kills the ball off, but they won't be worried. This is all eating up time. Up it goes again. Got to get it out of here somehow. Playstead tries to get a hand on the ball, but it's wrapped up again. Booth takes possession of the football. All that experience, he just knows that he just needs to take possession and just try and ice the clock. Up it goes. Booth again. He's got a little bit of a hand to it this time, but this time they might get it out. It's bouncing around. Awkwardly, they can't concede. That's one thing they can't do, but they bring it out through Miller. Miller's kick isn't a particularly good one, though. It gets out to the edge of the 50. They've got it out for the moment. It's in the hands of Prosser as they'll go back inside 50. This is vital. A mark here, and that might just about be it, but they take possession of the ball. Mulgrave, they spin around, and that's a goal! Yep. That is a goal, and that is a fantastic goal. It is Tillian, he spun around, and that is the game. All over Red Rover. Fantastic goal as it just spilled away, until you just spun around on a sixpence, and that's one of the best goals of the season. Brilliant goal, and that might be it.
Boundary.
Mulgrave could be through to next week. Let's go down to Jared on the boundary.
Connor Tilliard did the exact same thing in the exact same spot in the game against Waverley Blues earlier this year to put Mulgrave in front in that one.
Well,
it's an incredible turnaround in this match, but it's been the way that they've lifted their work rate through the middle part of the ground, the surge game, and they've just gone into 50 and they've turned them into scores.
So 13 points the margin. It's probably a bridge too far for the Waverley Blues. They've got to score 3 times.
Not sure they haven't run in this quarter at Waverley. They haven't taken the game on.
Well, there's still a chance, though. Let's not write them off just yet, because we've seen the lead change so many times in this game today. The ball's deep in the Waverley Blues forward line. They trail by 13. It's going to take a monstrous effort by them to get back in this game.
Boundary.
Let's go to Jared.
There's someone down here. I'm not sure exactly who it is, but it's looking like they're having to stop the game.
It's only a couple of points the difference out at Norwood. Paul Yaconi, you got a score for us?
Yes, out at Norwood, it's a 10-point lead to Berwick. No, it's 17 points to Berwick. It's 11-14-80. Berwick to Norwood 10-3-63. So I reckon Berwick are just about safe.
Yeah, they're home.
Berwick survive. It would seem that way as the ball comes out. Can Jamison do something? Can he get a double goal again? That'd help out his side as the kick comes out across the arc. Went through Muhammad. Somehow got boot to ball. It's stolen though by Jervisoni. Poked it out wide. Little go it was, and it goes McGowan, who said the ball somehow just stayed in then, and still has done that. McGowan again on the boot. Up towards the wing position. They'll take every bit of meterage that they can get at the moment. Stolen there by Strongman, who wasn't strong enough to keep the ball in play that time. And over she goes for boundary throwing. Back to you, Paul.
The score at Noble Park, it's Roeville 11-10-76 to Noble Park 11-7-73.
Oh! Imagine if Kyle Martin could kick the winning goal. Wouldn't that be some sort of a story?
And South Croydon have won by 12 points, 14-13-97 to 13-7-85.
There you go. The Doggies are playing finals.
So Blackburn's barracking for Noble.
Here's Jamison on the right boot, inside forward 50. Who's going to be someone to stand up now for the Waverley Blues? This way, that way. Harding, snap around the body. Killed it too much. He's missed it. 26 gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Boundary.
Let's go to Jared.
Looks like Scott Savage has pulled the trigger once again and put Josh Williamson back up the ground, I think onto a wing.
Well, he's been so good. I think he just needs to get his hands on the ball. He could possibly orchestrate a forward attack for them.
He's been moved around the ground. He's had all over the place today, Josh Williamson. He's tried his heart out.
Oh, what a knock on.
May well be in vain, and here they come forward again. Mulgrave as they get the kick inside 50. The race is on. Going back there, Strongman. Strongman,
that's deliberate.
It's the most deliberate thing you've ever seen.
He's belted that
out. Oh, you can't be serious.
He's belted that out of bounds from about 15 metres in. And the umpire says, well, let him get away with it.
Oh, come on. That is just not, that is wrong town.
But is that the way we interpret it, with the insufficient intent rule?
Well,
oh, come on, Spider. That's the most obvious deliberate out of bounds I've ever seen.
Umpire throws it in. It's all been paid now, so it's academic. Ball on the ground. It'll be a stoppage. What's happened?
It.
It's all over. There's the siren. I couldn't hear the siren. Mulgrave have won a famous victory out here.
James, that was a kick the goal on.
Oh, I thought the guy.
No, it's not a siren. No, James just kicked the goal, mate.
James has put it through. So
that's why he didn't hear the siren. Didn't go off.
I thought the siren had gone. So James has put it through, and that really is the game now.
What's that saying?
Everyone's leaving.
What's that saying that Sister Mary Clarence says on Sister Act to the piano player? Alma, check your battery.
Check your battery.
I lost sight of what had happened, and the players were all reacting, and I thought, it's a siren's gone, but no. But that certainly is it now. You'd think 108-89, and with 27 and a half minutes gone.
Geez, they know how to come from behind, don't they, Mulgrave?
But it's the surge game, which has really brought this turnaround. They've just taken the game on, lifted the work rate, and Waverley just simply haven't been able to go with them.
Unbelievable.
Their method and system has just fallen apart since the middle part of the third term.
I think you were also put off by the fact that half the grandstand got up and walked out.
I think they're all Roeville guys. They're
Boronia.
Boronia, were they?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Still a Hawk. Same colour.
Yeah, Matt Clark and a few of the guys, I think.
Yeah.
Through the middle. Scrambly kick goes forward. Bouncing footy now. Nicely done there by Tilliard. Oh, they're just going to milk it for everything it's worth. Over the top, that's okay, Lease. Got players back, so Cassiano. They're going to run down this clock, and it's going to be a famous victory for the Mulgrave Football Club. Geez, they believed in themselves at three-quarter time. They were confident even that they could run over the top of the Blues and do it in style as well, and that's exactly what they're doing. A monstrous score, an accurate kicking score as well. 17 goals, 6 they have today. Sensational as the siren sounds. That's it. Mulgrave win today. A famous come-from-behind victory. The final score, 17-6, 108 to the Waverley Blues, an inaccurate Waverley Blues. 12-17, 89. I'm going to go down and join Jared on the boundary.
Incredible game, Besto. It was just, the game just turned remarkably in that second and third term. We had the double goal early in the game, and then in the third term, it just looked like Mulgrave was starting to lift their work rate, started to hit the scoreboard. They continued to do it with their efficiency, and in the end, they've come up trumps because of the way that they've gone about it with the surge game, particularly in the last quarter. Waverley had their chances, but just weren't good enough on the day.
Just extraordinary, though, but they wouldn't go away, Mulgrave. I mean, they looked a couple of times like they were gone. It looked like the Waverley Blues had the game won, but they just a couple of times they'd get back-to-back goals. Of course, there was a bit of indiscipline as well at different times.
Well, Harding going off the ground was a big moment in the match. I think it was probably the turning point.
Yeah, but they certainly didn't do themselves any favours, as I say. The double goal, and there was the yellow card, and there was one or two other incidents as well. But somehow it's one of those ones where you just live scratching your head, and you think, how on earth did the Waverley Blues not win this game?
But it's also wondering, and we go back to the point with Waverley a few times now, you've got the plan A, but where's the B and C? Where's the putting the other players behind the ball and then taking the game on? I just didn't think they took the game on well enough a couple of times. They went into a bit of a self-preservation mode.
Yeah, so just waiting for some interviews down on the ground. The boys are down there trying to get some interviews. I'm just going through the goal kickers anyway whilst we wait. Couple of goals for Tilliard for Mulgrave, 3 goals to Dean. There were singles. No, not quite ready for us yet. There were singles to Gervasoni, McGowan, also Davidson, Gladman, James kicked one, Sarkissian, that was Manny, Holden got one, and Curtis. And for the Waverley Blues, singles to Hatch, Meyer, also Hale, Facey, Buzzer, Duck kicked a couple, as did Harding of the Oscar variety, and Jamison got a couple as well. But what a game. And Mulgrave really against the odds, you'd have to say, because they looked out of it for most of the game.
They did. And at half-time, we were talking about a big margin, but they were able to turn it around, and they did with their contested ball. They really did, and they played the surge game as well.
Yep, 108-89, so that means that Mulgrave will go forward to next week. And, of course, it's not all over for the Waverley Blues.
Cross down.
Because they will get a second bite at the cherry. Let's go down to the boundary.
Well, we're down here with a couple of happy boys, but I'm standing here with Tommy McGowan, who kicked one of the best goals you will see off the ground in that last quarter, mate. At three-quarter time, I was down at your huddle. You were up and about, confident, and then to kick that one, what a feeling that must have been.
Oh, mate, just the belief of our boys. I mean, like, we put in a lot of hard efforts. You know, we were zipping 2 and sort of counting ourselves out, but, mate, we just never give up, and the belief we have, the friendship we have, man, I just love these boys.
Boothie, I've neglected to do my research on this one. You might be able to tell me how many years has it been since Mulgrave's last finals win?
2015 was the last time, but
there you go, 9 years.
I want to ask. Every time the commentators mention my age, should I have to buy me a beer tonight? So I reckon I'll have a good night on their behalf because they keep mentioning last time I'm 42. Leave me alone.
We didn't say it once today, Boothie. Don't you worry about that. You were left alone. There's no doubt, mate. Tommy, I can't believe I just swore the first time ever in my life. I'm just so excited by you guys. That's just, do you know, the fact that you'll be able to come from behind so many times this year, and like when the chips are down, you guys really step up.
Oh, mate, the belief we have amongst each other, you know, when we beat them last time and we come back from behind, that just instilled something in us that only a group that loves each other know how to do. So we back each other in 100%, and we believe we can go all the way, and I can't wait to have a crack with these boys.
The connection with the midfield group that you guys have, it's got to be outstanding to have Tilliard and Sarkissian and all those blokes just booting it down to you. How did that manifest throughout the game?
Oh, mate, they had to work hard. I thought Waverley actually probably got the better of us through the midfield, but credit to them. We're actually down a couple of soldiers with obviously Lynn not playing and Hardy not playing, which are really important to us in the midfield. But we had other blokes step up and mate, they just have a crack. I don't know what it is. They just like it, and they got the job done again today, so full credit to them.
I think we'll let these boys go in because everyone's waiting for them over there. Congratulations, guys. Fantastic stuff. Back to you guys. Oh, my God, and I apologise for that little mishap. It doesn't happen often, but the energy and electricity down here, it just got the best of me.
No worries, mate. Go and wash your mouth out with soap. So what a day it's been out
You're
here.
in the sweat in.
Well, yeah, that's weird, Jar. The Walker Park has been the venue today, and it's been a glorious day out here, and it really has been quite superb and a great game in the end. It looked like it was going to be not such a good game, but boy, oh boy, Mulgrave have come from the clouds and they've pulled off a famous victory. Paul, have you got any scores down there that you can give us?
I have got some scores. So in Premier Division, Blackburn are up by 19 points against Bowen, 14-10-94 to 11-9-75. But unfortunately for Blackburn, Rowville got up by 3 points in the end, 11-10-76 over Noble Park, 11-7-73. So
they've missed out.
Rowville will play finals, and so too will South Croydon because they got up by 12 points, 14-13-97 to Donny East, 13-7-85, and Berwick are going to stay up in Premier Division for next year. They lead by 24 points.
Fantastic stuff. I tell you what, there would have been a few heart palpitations in that Rowville game because I thought for all the money they were going to get rolled. Let's go downstairs for the song. I think it's coming.
I don't think so.
No, don't think so. No, all right. So we'll be taking...
Just a moment.
Oh, hang on.
Stay outside the room, BWS. We'll still hear it if you're outside the room.
So we're going to have a crack. Otherwise, we might have to sing it. Well, we got some of it at least, but
one of the great anthems. One of the great anthems of the Lions. One of the great anthems of footy, that one. But I got a little bit. But in saying that, you got to commend and celebrate with them because they were fantastic today, Mulgrave. They were terrific, deserved their victory, and they progress next week to a second semi-final, and it's thoroughly deserved because when it really mattered, they stepped up in that second half. This with the ability of their work rate, and they, and in the end, their efficiency in front of goal, and it was the inefficiency of the Waverley Blues when they could have really put the game beyond doubt. They couldn't ice the game, and that was the big problem for them. And they just
100%,
they went into their shells, the Waverley Blues, and they'll be disappointed with that. They'll review that thoroughly, and they've got to come back out next week. They get the second chance, but have to put in a lot better showing in terms of the way that they use the ball, around the ground, particularly in what they did in the second half.
Absolutely, yeah. It's an interesting one for the Waverley Blues because they'll be disappointed that they have lost today, but of course they do get the opportunity to come back next week and have another crack. And
they were good in the first half. They played some really good footy, but they were just when they really needed to step it up, they just Mulgrave really were brilliant. So you've got to acknowledge what they did.
Absolutely. All right, I think we're coming up for a break, and then we'll come back. We've got hopefully maybe an interview or two to come, and we'll get some more scores too because there were plenty of other big games around the grounds today, and we'll come back and get some of those scores next.
Please note this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund
Turban Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Turban Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score.
Yes, coming back in for the last time this afternoon out at Walker Park. Division 2 qualifying final day.
Might be the last time for the season after what happened down on the bench.
Good on you. Let's just forget it never happened. We'll do a Dan Sensic and make everything disappear.
Yeah, we still haven't found that game.
Our final scores out here today. Mulgrave, a come from behind victory again. We saw it earlier on in the year, one of the games of the season, and they certainly answered it right back again and came from down at three-quarter time and overran the Waverley Blues in the end. 17 goals, 6, 108. A very accurate kicking to the Waverley Blues. 12 goals, 17, 89. Geez, there was some great scenes in that change rooms as they belted out that song. It was absolutely packed. You could not get a spot. One of the players got dacked during it as well, which was, a little bit of giggles by the team. But they're up and about, and, a win like that, Spider, coming from behind in a final, that just builds confidence and momentum.
Yeah, it certainly does, BWS. Look, they were really brilliant after half-time. I mean, we'd written them off at half-time thinking that they just weren't going to be able to go with this Waverley Blues team because they just weren't working hard enough and they weren't getting enough of the ball, particularly in the middle part of the ground with clearances and at the stoppages where Waverley Blues were just simply dominating. But they were able to turn the game around in different areas of the ground, bit by bit, and you've got to give them full credit to it. So defensively, they got better. They transitioned the ball better in the third term, and then when they went into 50, they were scoring because of the efficiency, and they were just spotting up the targets, and they were giving themselves a chance to score. And we talked about how a few of the other players needed to get involved, guys like Tilliard, etc., McGowan. They started to get involved in the second half of the game, and they really lifted the rest of the team, and that's what gathers the momentum. So from the Mulgrave perspective, Matt Richardson, he'll be just delighted with what they've just done to be able to overrun a team that was had full momentum in the first half and had control of the game. They turned the game on their head, but also it was I think the discipline of Mulgrave, it improved as the game went on because they knew once they started to be more disciplined, they could get on top because they were getting frustrated at Waverley. They gave away some 25-metre penalties. Players were, sent from the field. Things like that. There were these days little things that you could tell Scott Savage was getting frustrated with, particularly at three-quarter time. So he really put it to the players, as you alluded to. So I think for Mulgrave, they'll go in with tremendous confidence now, taking on a Boronia team, and they'll have to be really careful because they put a lot of pressure on today, Mulgrave, and the way that they used the ball, particularly in the last quarter, was really impressive because that surge game, it certainly can work in finals, particularly on small grounds.
There's going to be a couple of unlucky guys potentially next week because the word is, we spoke obviously pre-game to Matt Richards, and he indicated that both Jong and Fletcher Roberts would be back in next week. So who misses out?
Well,
it's going to be really tough.
Selection integrity is always hard. So you just got to, in the end, sometimes it's always the scenario where the first or the last two in are the first two out. That's tends how selection works at senior football level, at any level. But you've got to bring blokes like Jong and Roberts in. They've played at the elite level and they know what's required in big games.
Especially against Boronia.
And they get a chance now, particularly on small grounds. And I think this really does play into Mulgrave's hands. If they were playing on bigger grounds, you really question whether they can compete against a Boronia side. But on small grounds like this, it's compact, it's a cauldron here at Mitcham. You can play that surge game.
It's a hot box.
And you can defend. And then you can play the territory game. And that's what they did so well today, Mulgrave, particularly after half-time. And that's why their work rate was so impressive. And their efficiency speaks volumes on the scoreboard now.
No, not many people do it better than summing up a game in Spider Lee. Paul Yaconi, around the ground scores. They are so important this weekend.
They certainly are. I've got another Premier Division score.
Yeah, let's start from the top, mate. Go through them all.
We've got, Blackburn got over Baldwin by 19 points, 14-10-94 to Baldwin, 11-9-75. East Ringwood, 18-8, 116 to Vermont, 11-14, 80. Rowville, 11-10-76 to Noble Park, 11-7, 73.
Hey.
So Rowville will play finals. Berwick, 12-16, 88 over Norwood, 10-4, 64, which means Berwick will stay up and Norwood will go down to Divi 1. And South Croydon, 14-13, 97 to Donny East, 13-7, 85. So the final ladder is at East Ringwood.
Sorry, what was the Vermont East Ringwood score again?
So East Ringwood won by 36 points, 116-80. So East Ringwood will finish top. I mean, we already knew that heading in. Baldwin and Rowville will play each other in the qualifying final, and Vermont and South Croydon will play each other in the elimination
So the
final.
percentages there, Paul, differed, and so Vermont's percentage obviously went down.
Yes.
And Rowville's went up because of what they kicked the for and against. Yep. So they've overtaken them, Rowville. So it's a big move for Rowville to get that double chance. Had they not got that double chance, they probably left themselves a bit vulnerable. But Vermont now fall into a game with South Croydon.
Yeah, Blackburn
on a big game, but Blackburn. But as we said a few weeks ago, you lose that game to Noble Park on your home ground, and you have to start relying on other teams. That's the big drawback, and you pay the ultimate price, and a finals berth has gone begging once again for them.
Yeah.
Well, they've played finals the last few years, but this year they finished sixth again for the third straight year, but miss out this time.
They've gone from being besties with Donny East to hating their guts after them just losing today. Paul, keep going with the scores, mate.
Qualifying final score in Division 1, Mitcham got up by 26 points, 12-3, 75 Mitcham to South Belgrave, very inaccurate, 5-19, 49.
Oh, jeez.
In
12 goals, 3 is very accurate from Mitcham as well.
It is. In the second semi-final in Division 3, Donvale got up by 4 points over Surrey Park. Donvale 11-10, 76. To Surrey Park, 10-12, 72. And in DV4, in the second semi-final, Scoresby won by 52 points, 13-16, 94 Scoresby to Churnside Park, 6-6, 42.
It's a domination, isn't it, by Scoresby? And when you look at that Donvale and Surrey Park result, boys, that just suggests how the margin has really decreased. Donvale, they get over the line, but Surrey Park, they'll have real good confidence going into a game next week, into a prelim against Knox, knowing that they could potentially get another crack at Donvale in a few weeks' time.
Knox or Coldstream. That game hasn't been decided yet.
Well, if that happens, obviously tomorrow. But you're looking, predominantly you would have to say Knox start favourite in that game.
Oh, definitely.
Let's not forget that today there was a big day in women's football in the Eastern Football Netball League. It was the senior women's grand finals being played out, and we've got Josh Ward, who was out at Quamby Reserve today. Josh, welcome aboard the team, and how was the game out there?
Yeah, two really good contests, the Division 3 and Division 2 deciders. Moorbark winning Division 3 60-19. Didn't concede a goal after quarter time, so a domination. And Surrey Park, 5-4-34, defeated Montrose 2-2-14. So Montrose taking it up to a Surrey Park side who have been dominant all season long in the Division 2 season, but the Panthers win their first women's premiership, and Moorbark go back-to-back in the women's competition, winning Division 3.
Fantastic stuff. You're going to go celebrate with the girls tonight?
We'll see.
You'll get another premiership cup you can drink out of?
Yeah, probably.
I couldn't figure it out because Surrey Park have lost today, and you came in smiling, and I thought, what's the go with that?
He's given up on the guys.
Yeah.
In the Premier Division Grand Final today, it was the Eastern Devils taking on South Croydon, with South Croydon Women's Blue winning 4-3-27 to the Eastern Devils 1-9-15. So it was 10 scoring shots to 7, but the Doggies have got up and won that. Congratulations to the girls out there.
Yeah, it's a big win for South Croydon, isn't it? They were probably considered underdogs, I would have thought. Like Eastern Devils been a dominant force in that division. So to win that, Brooke Smith doing some great work as captain of that team.
Yep.
Gets the moment to hold the cup aloft and thoroughly deserved, because after last year they were really disappointed, South Croydon.
In Division 1 was a really close game, but Park Orchards have got up. The Park Orchards senior women's side 5-3-33 defeated North Ringwood 4-2-26. So a really close game out there. And in Division 2, where have we got here?
Division 2 was
Sorry. Oh, that's right. We're all done. We're all done.
And currently in the senior women's second quarter, 8 minutes in, says South Belgrave. That's not right. Who is it?
I think it's South Belgrave Moorebark.
Yeah, South
in the
Belgrave
women's
versus
grand
Moorebark.
final.
1-9 Moorebark's way.
So it's been a big day right across the Eastern Football Netball League, whether it be the boys or the girls. Congratulations on a great season to all the girls who have had one of the biggest year we've had in women's football since they've entered the league, and it just keeps going from strength to strength. And big appreciation goes out to Kate Green from the Eastern Football Netball League media team, and and owner of LKLM Media with Lee, and she does a great work, tremendous work, I should say, week to week, making sure everything runs smoothly from that side of things, that the streaming goes to air, everything, and keeps us all on our toes even throughout the week as well. I know she certainly does for me, but we're really appreciative of all the great work that she does there.
You're regularly in the sin bin.
I have no doubt about that. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. It just upsets me that she love hearts when Ray gives me hell, but when I give Ray hell, she then lectures me.
Well,
It seems a little bit unfair. But anyway, I let it slide. But guys, let's wrap out here, because it's been a great day. Thanks to the Hurricane out on the camera and his co. Thanks to Lee, as always, from LKLM Media, making sure that the hot box ran smoothly up here today in the grandstand. It's been fantastic. Josh, great work by you on grand final day out at Quamby.
Absolute pleasure, and great to come back down here as well.
And a fantastic listening to yesterday's preview program as well on Friday. That was great. Jared Beanland riding solo today. Great work by you, my friend.
Thanks very much, BWS.
Paul Yaconi doing the dual act today around the grounds and stats. Great work by you, mate.
Thank you, BWS.
Matt Spider Lee, he came wandering up the grandstand, and we all got excited because we knew that Manny was on pre-match. Then we could get him on special comments today. Did a super job, Spider. Thanks very much.
No, enjoyed it, BWS. Great game of footy, and was brilliant to watch. So I was happy to be involved in all facets of it. So
fantastic
looking
stuff.
forward to the next few weeks again. Talk on Friday on the preview show.
That's it, mate. And the Rams got up for you in the reserve, so that's good. Besto, you've been super as well. I love riding shotgun with you all day, mate.
Thanks, mate. You really enjoyed it. Great day.
That's us signing off from Walker Park. Division 2 qualifying final day. Congratulations, Mulgrave.